Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Vance'S AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Vance'S AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Vance'S AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Vance'S AI set, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Vance'S AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. And we are live. Yo, this is SET with SET Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys. Sorry about the late show. Your boy kind of passed out. I guess I overdid it. This week. My bad. But I owe you guys double shows now. So there's going to be a show. Of course, there's this show. There's going to be a show later on in the morning. Don't worry. I got the energy for it. I got a lot of sleep in it. But all right, guys, we're going to get into JD's Vance doing another media run because, well, hey, man, I guess he's trying to, make his stock for presidential candidate of 2028. And then we also got to get into, well, the appeals court striking down Trump's tariffs until October 14th. But most likely Trump is just going to take it to the Supreme Court. We're going to get into that, guys. But all right, guys, let's remember to double tap that screen and like the video. Let's go.
They're some of the hardest working and best working people in this facility. And we just want to say we're proud of you guys, proud of what you do, and proud that the tradition of Wisconsin craftsmanship lives on in this great facility right here today. Now, before we get started here, and I want to talk about the big, beautiful bill, I want to give a few notes of appreciation and gratitude. So, first of all, I think this is probably the third or fourth time I've been to La Crosse, Wisconsin. I came here a lot during the campaign. It was always great to be here. And I joked that you all would get sick of me, but I would come back as Vice President of the United States, and I'm proud that I got to keep that promise. Thanks to you. So I want to thank Paul Bagnevsky. Paul, thank you so much. I got it A minus maybe on that pronunciation. He is the president and CEO of this incredible facility. We're so thankful to be here. I want to thank Jake Koshiol and the rest of the Tough Job team for giving us such a warm welcome here in Wisconsin. I also want to thank, and you heard Doug Burgum, our great Secretary of the Interior. How good of a job is Doug Burgum doing as Secretary of the Interior? Doug, thank you. Doug is doing a great job, but you heard him give a shout out, and I'm going to give another shout out to the great Representative Derek Van Orden. Thank you, Derek. Please stand up. Give it up for this guy. He works harder than anybody in Congress. He works so hard that he lost most of his hair, in fact, over his time in Congress. I'm sorry about that. I had to poke a little fun at my good friend Derek, but there are so many people who just show up in Washington. They go
him
along,
and every
they go
other
along,
government
they cast
worker.
a vote. or don't really do much else. Derek is fighting every single day for the people of this district. You should be proud of him, because I certainly am. Thank you, Derek. And I guess we've got the senior class from Luther High School. Where are all the Luther High School students? Where are you all at? Thank you all. Now, have you all started school yet, or played hooky today?
I'm crying.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad the vice president coming to town got you guys out of school a little bit. But let's talk about the future, because these kids are the future. We want to make sure that they have a prosperous American future to grow up in. And let me take you back a little bit to where I grew up in Middletown, Ohio, southwestern Ohio, where my papaw, and the reason I love the welders in particular, is my papaw for 42 years was a union welder at a place called Armco Steel. And when I was growing up, Armco Steel had shed about 80% of the workforce that it had employed when my papaw was working there during its heyday. And unfortunately, it was one of the lucky ones, because a lot of the steel mills lost about 80% of their workforce. A lot of the steel mills didn't exist at all.
Yep.
And I think that what happened is that for those of us,
and that's a lot of like cities in America. I mean, especially a lot of cities in Ohio, where I'm from as well, that the city was doing pretty well. It was prosperous. It had like 1 or 2 factories. They all operated in steel, and everybody mostly had a job through that steel factory. I mean, we're talking about tech and counting jobs and all that. All of that was ran through these like 2 businesses, or that one industry. Once that industry left and nothing replaced it, decimated the whole town. Some people lost their jobs and never got it back. Some people had to drive 40 minutes out to the next city to go get a job. Yeah, I mean, that's usually how it happens. Like when the job leaves, it's a wrap.
Us who grew up in those factory towns, we were so used to seeing those proud, big, beautiful factories, seeing the night sky lit up with that furnace. We were proud of what our parents and our grandparents made every single day. And of course, they were proud to earn the kind of a job that enabled them to provide us a good life. And what happened? Thanks to a generation of failed politicians and stupid decisions, those factories closed down one by one by one. And many of those proud towns that made us who we are, ladies and gentlemen, those proud towns became ghost towns. Well, not anymore. What the president of the United States was elected.
And the worst part is we put a blanket over those ghost towns. Like, no. Don't look at that. Don't look at the thousands of people who lost their jobs in the destitute cities. No, don't look at that. Look at the cheap prices we have now. I know, right? Like, kind of got us with that one.
On a promise to do was to bring back American manufacturing, to bring back American craftsmanship, and that is exactly what President Donald Trump is doing every single day in Washington. How nice is it to have a president who, instead of rewarding companies for shipping your jobs overseas, rewards companies for building factories right here in the United States of America? How nice is it to have a president of the United States who, instead of raising your taxes, is cutting your taxes by historic margins every single day, as we just did? For years, American leaders would ask you to work overtime, would ask you to spend even more time away from your family, and every hour that you spend at the job, they would reach further and further into your pocket. How nice is it to have a president of the United States who cut taxes on overtime, because we believe that if you spend an extra hour,
that overtime pay, you get paid more per hour. Therefore, they tax you more per hour.
At work, the government ought to keep its hands the hell out of your pocket. Is that right? We know about 5%, about 1 in 20 Wisconsin workers rely on tips to bring home the bacon for themselves and their families. How nice is it to have a president of the United States and Republican majorities in Congress that cut taxes on tips instead of forcing our waitresses and service professionals to deal with the IRS? We ought to make it easier for folks to get by, which is exactly what we did when we cut taxes on tips, and Wisconsin families are going to be the beneficiaries.
Yeah. I mean, I always thought it was wrong to tax people on tips. I'm just like, come on now. Y'all already paying these guys below minimum wage, and then the excuses, well, they get tips. So, yeah, I mean, it was kind of messed up and criminal to tax these guys on tips when y'all paid them such low hourly wages. And remember, I used to drive for what was it? Cousin Vinny's. Shoot, Cousin Vinny's. Yes, I used to drive for Cousin Vinny's back in the day, and that's how it was. It was like, good. I get paid like $5 an hour, but the tips made up for it. I mean, shout out to the early college days.
What the working families tax cuts did is very simple, ladies and gentlemen. It let you keep more money in your pocket. It rewarded you for building a business or working at a business right here in the United States of America. It makes it easy for you to take home more of your hard-earned pay, and it makes it easier. If you're an American manufacturer or an American business, it makes it easier for you to build your facility or expand your facility right here in the United States of America. I happen to believe that it's the dumbest decision we made as a country to reward foreign companies with putting stuff overseas instead of right here in places like Wisconsin. Well, now we have a different president with a different attitude. If you're building in the United States of America, if you're working in the United States of America, if you're trying to earn a decent living right here at home, we are going to fight for you every single day. But if you build crap overseas and try to undercut the wages of American workers, you're going to pay a big fat tariff before you bring it back in to the United States of America.
And I already know y'all heard the reports that Trump's tariffs were struck down in the appeals court. The appeals courts gave Trump until October 14th to go ahead and strike those tariffs down. Now, the appeals court was extremely partisan. It leaned 7-4 with 11 judges total. So 7 judges voted against it, 4 judges voted for it. But the 7 judges were mainly, well, Biden and Obama and appointed, and some guys even from the Clinton even got where Clinton appointed. So let's just say that it's most likely going to go to the Supreme Court due to the partisan decision on it.
Now, I was talking with the Fox News host earlier, and I'm going to embarrass him a little bit. I'm going to make him stand up and be recognized. You guys know Will Kane. Will. A lot of us watch the show. He's doing a good job. You know, what I told Will earlier is that all these problems are interconnected. Why is it that we allowed these Mexican drug cartels to bring this poisonous fentanyl into our communities? Why is it that so many people lost hope and started taking that fentanyl? Why is it that we had a government that seemed to care more about illegal immigrants than they did about their own citizens? It's all connected. Because when they shipped your job overseas in the last administration or administrations that came before it, what they also did at the same time is they allowed those cartels to come in to our country and take advantage of our communities.
Yep.
So what the working class families tax cut does is, yes, it gives you more take-home pay. Yes, it cuts taxes on overtime. Yes, it cuts taxes on tips, but it also gives our incredible law enforcement over $100 billion to get those drug cartels the hell out of our country once and for all.
And the liberal argument to this is that, well, it's mostly U.S. citizens that brings it over the border, and you just need to tell them to stop. I'm like, they're the criminals. They're the ones who don't care about the community at all. That's why they're selling fentanyl to these people and not caring if they die or not. So you want us to depend on the criminals to stop importing fentanyl? And that's your argument is, it's mainly U.S. citizens that bring it in. It's the cartels that they get it from.
It's very simple. Donald Trump's Republican Party wants very simple things for this country. We want you to be able to earn a good living in your community. We want you to be able to walk down a city street in broad daylight without getting mugged. We want you to be able to take your family out to a nice meal wherever you want to without the fear of violence from criminals, whether they're domestic criminals or international drug cartels. If you work hard every single day, you ought to take as much of your hard-earned pay home as possible. And if you want to raise your children in security and comfort, you ought to send them to a school that gives them a good education instead of an indoctrination. These are very simple things, ladies and gentlemen, and all we needed was better leadership in Washington to deliver it.
We got 200 plus y'all on here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Now, Representative Van Orden will tell you this, but if you didn't know, that it turned out that we didn't get a single Democrat vote for cutting taxes on tips, cutting taxes on overtime, or increasing the child tax credit. Not a single Democrat in the House or the Senate could actually deign to vote for giving you more of your hard-earned money. And we got to ask ourselves why that is.
Oh, yes, they can. I mean, they try to frame it as a government spending. So, yes, I mean, when the government has to not take so much money from you or not have to take so many taxes from you, they frame that as government spending. So it's almost like they're saying, well, we're paying you. So, yeah, I know the government takes the money out your check. But when they take less of it, they frame it as, well, we're kind of paying you in a way because we're taking less money from you. I'm like, oh, thank you. Okay.
Because as much as I am proud of what we've accomplished, it would honestly be a little bit easier, wouldn't it, Derek, if the Democrats actually worked with us instead of fighting us every single step of the way. And you're going to see this. We're a little early for campaign season, but in a couple months or maybe about a year, you're going to start seeing television advertisements. And you're going to start seeing Democrats lying about what's in these working families tax cuts. And I'm going to tell you exactly what they're going to say. They're going to tell you that this bill, which gives you more of your hard-earned money, that they opposed it, not because they want to raise your taxes, and they do, but because they're worried about your health care. They are so worried about your...
And shout out to my man, Big Wave Dave, with the baller alert. Hey, what's going on, brother? Now, I did kind of switch up my soundboard a little bit, but we'll get to it. Anyway, though, shout out my man, Big Wave Dave. He didn't open up the call-in line, and yes, we are doing call-ins today.
Healthcare, in fact, that they want to give more and more of your health.
But the viewers been asking me to hold out for like 30 minutes to an hour before I let you guys on. So, hey.
Healthcare to illegal immigrants. And that's exactly why they voted against this bill. I know we have this beautiful high school class back there. And I'll give you, just from a vice president to the high school seniors, I'll give you guys just a little bit of relationship advice from a man who's been happily married for 11 years. Find yourself somebody who loves you as much as national Democrats love giving health care benefits to illegal aliens. That's my advice for you. Because it is, as far as I can tell,
man, yeah, I would say find a girl that loves you more than Dems love illegal immigrants. I mean, that love is deeper than the ocean, and nothing can break that love apart. It's a very touching thing, and I hope you guys find that love one day from a woman that just loves you so deeply that it'll never want to see you go away. Just like these Dems never want to see these illegals go away. But hey, cute.
As far as I can tell, the reason why the National Democratic Party exists, do you know that this bill makes tens of billions?
And shout out to my man Monty. He says that's false advertising. Open the lines. Got you. All right, man. I'm gonna go ahead and post that call-in link. Just give me about 5 minutes.
Billions of dollars in investments in our rural healthcare infrastructure, which was falling apart under the last administration. This legislation guarantees that hardworking Americans are going to have access to their Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid benefits. But what this bill refuses to do, and what Republicans absolutely refuse to do, is to give your hard-earned benefits to people who don't have the legal right to be in this country to begin with. It is very simple. And if you want to protect the people's benefits, if you want to protect rural health care, if you want to make sure that whether you live in a big city or a small town, you have the ability to go and see a doctor, and that is exactly what we want to do, then the first thing you ought to be doing is making sure that the people who get federal health care benefits actually have the right to be in this country in the first place. That is the first and most important step. And that's what this legislation did. So don't believe the lies and don't believe the attacks. What we are doing with this legislation is giving you a tax cut and trying to rebuild the healthcare infrastructure of this country that got decimated under Joe Biden's leadership. But what we are also doing, in order to preserve the benefits that you've paid into for your entire lives, is making sure those benefits only go to our fellow American citizens and not to people who ought to go back to their home country because they're here in this country illegally. It's very simple. And think about this. Think about the math, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot have these healthcare benefits if you allow tens of millions of people into this country who have no legal right to be here and give them those benefits. We were on the freight train to bankruptcy under Joe Biden's leadership because we had a Democratic Party that didn't care enough about this country to actually enforce our borders. And it's that simple. And so when I see the Democrats, I got to be honest with you, it makes me a little bit angry. When I see Democrats fighting against cutting your taxes and saying it's about health care, it's not about health care for you. It's about health care for illegal aliens. And we happen to believe in it.
Actually, I didn't really understand the Dems' arguments. I'm like, hold on. He's cutting taxes on the people, but you're mad because he's also cutting taxes for the rich. Like, bro, can't y'all just take the win? Like, so what? You gotta be mad? Like, y'all hating that much? Like, we're getting a tax cut, but y'all hating that much to the point where, well, said, I know we're getting a tax cut, but he's giving the rich a tax cut too. So F it. It's like, bro,
Different
take the win.
You ought to keep more of your hard-earned money. That if you work overtime, you ought to be rewarded for it. And that when you pay into the federal system, you receive those benefits and not anybody who didn't pay into them to begin with. So, let me say just a couple more things and then I'll hit the road, but maybe I'll take some questions. Should we take some questions from the fake news, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm done. All right, shout out. Taking questions from the fake news. Sorry, Monty. It's Dave's show tonight. I'm crying. Shout out to my man Vladstein. In case of fire, too late to change your battery. Man, I know, right? That sucks. It's like, you know, just the man said 10 times. I was like, Dave, like what the 10 effing times? I might as well use it every time I cuss as a censor bar. Well, censor bleep.
Fun. Okay, we can do that too. But we'll try to focus on the local Wisconsin reporters first because I know that they're not fake news, right? We got good local reporters here in Wisconsin. I don't know, mixed reviews based on the crowd here, but let me just say a couple more things. So this business, this manufacturing facility, I think represents the future of American craftsmanship. And I was talking to the CEO and to Jake earlier about this, but you know, there's this attitude that some people have that manufacturing, it's the jobs of the past, it's the industry of the past, that it's dirty, that it's not innovative. Why I challenge any journalist to walk around this facility for 10 minutes and not realize that this is one of the most innovative companies in America. And this is the future of American industry, the future of American innovation, and the future of American manufacturing. They're using artificial intelligence in this facility. They're using robotics in this facility. They're doing things that, frankly, were not even possible 20 years ago, and they're doing them in order to build a great American future. We are practically a stone's throw away from a beautiful new bridge, a bridge that is being built with American-made steel from this manufacturing facility because we have great American craftsmen right here in Wisconsin.
And it's the whole reason why we even have a 50 to 55% tariff on aluminum steel from other countries. Why? Because we're trying to convince these companies to buy in-house, aka in America, made in America steel, which isn't that hard and honestly is going to be cheaper, you know, considering the tariff price. Now, unless these steel companies are going to do what these Dems claim they'll never do, which is drop their price by 55% to, you know, so where the importers are paying you the original price, then hey, but dropping their price down 55%, I only see people like China doing that. And if you want to get that watered down, nickel down steel, then I mean, that's on you. And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. We aren't equal under the law, you know. You would think. Shout out to my man Zoloff. He says trolling. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, well, Dems always be saying rules for thee, but not for me. So I guess not. Are we? Huh, yeah, you would think. And shout out Big Wave Dave coming in again. Like damn smoke detector.
And we ought to fight for it. And I know the people out in the crowd, the people standing behind me, there are stories of proud work being done every single day. There are stories of a good wage being earned that allows these folks to support their families. There's stories of products that exist in the United States of America that we need, that we absolutely rely on, that are made right here with American workers and American hands. That makes me so proud to be your vice president, to get to stand here, to get to see a little bit of it, to take a little tour, to recognize that the American future, that our children deserve, that the American future that our children rely on is going to be built by and for American workers, and you guys are the proudest American workers in that tradition. So God bless you, and thank you. And these guys, they're proud of what they do. They're doing something amazing. They're doing something that can't be done almost anywhere else in the world. They're earning a good wage in the process. This is what makes America great. And I love my papa. I said he was a union welder for 42 years. He was a proud man. He was a hardworking man. But my papa, before he died, he used to tell me that, he didn't know that American manufacturing was going to be as strong in the future as it was in his time. And again, I love my papa, but I think that's the wrong attitude. American manufacturing must be as strong in the future, or America's future will not exist without it. Do you think that
that, and without us starting to, drill, baby, drill, and most importantly, mining. If we don't start mining our own rare earth minerals, we will destroy ourselves by just waiting or by just outsourcing ourselves out to other countries. You see what happened with China and the magnets and the other rare earth minerals that we were kind of screwed over. Yeah, and here's the thing. We actually have some of those rare earth minerals in our own country. We just haven't mined them. So, yeah, it's going to be about drill, baby, drill, and mining.
Kids are going to have...
Oh, wait, hold on now. Shout out to my man, Big Wave Dave. He says, someone tell me, why are we taxed? You want more government? So why are we taxed 6 ways to everywhere? You want them to tax the rich more? You think we won't get taxed more? I know that's what they think, Dave. I guess they didn't really read Kamala Harris's tax plan, because she was raising taxes across the board. But she was bumping up corporate tax. I think it was going to go from 21 back to the original where Trump brought it down from. I think it was going to be like 32%. That was going to kill a lot of business. Tax on unrealized capital gains, that was going to kill a lot of business. And then she was also going to raise taxes on Medicare and all that good stuff. Health. What was it? Yeah, it was Medicaid and Medicare. So we was going to get taxed more out of our paycheck on that and other things as well. People didn't see it, but hey, for some reason, Trump says, look, I want to cut tax for everybody, including the rich. Dems lose their mind. Kamala Harris says, I want to raise taxes on everybody. Dems are like, okay, I can work with that as long as the rich don't get it, as long as the rich don't get a cut. It's kind of crazy.
Future, if we rely on foreign countries to make everything that we need, do you think we're
going to shout out Davis? I'm considered middle class. I know.
To have a future.
That's a good spot to be at.
Pharmaceuticals that we put into the bodies of our children are made by a foreign adversary. Do you think we have a future if we can't even drive over a bridge without asking permission from some foreign country? That is no way to build a future. The way to build a future is with American workers, and I'm proud that in Wisconsin, that's exactly what we're doing. So God bless you all.
And shout out my man Monty. He says flat 10% federal sales tax and no exemption. Hey, sure, everybody can get down with that one. Trust me, I don't really see too much people want to argue with that. Like, that's all y'all get is sales tax. So the only way the government making money if y'all making sure we're doing well enough to buy stuff. That's good. That holds the government accountable to make sure we're all doing well.
And I want to say just one final thing, and I'm going to end this on a somber note.
We've
had some fun here, but I am very mindful of the fact that we're just a couple of minutes away from the Minnesota border. And of course, we had this terrible, terrible school shooting yesterday in Minneapolis. And I imagine, like a lot of you all, it hits pretty close to home, very personally, because though you may not.
Shout out Monty. He says, excuse me, I'm not Dave. My bad, big dog Monty. But he said, shout out Monty. And then shout out Big Wave Dave. Now I got the right one. Oregon 123. I don't want to pay strippers. I'd rather give to my friends. Sorry about your luck, bro. I'm crying. Oh man, I guess bro tried to ask you for money. Well,
know anybody who's affected by it. I think a lot of us know people who've been taking their kids in the last couple of weeks to their first day of school. And in fact, my son, my little 5-year-old, I love him so much. And if you're watching, buddy, Daddy loves you. He started his first day of kindergarten just 2 days ago. And again, we're very proud of him and we love him very much. But I know that there are a lot of families who were in their first week of school just outside of Minneapolis. And that was Pierce, that incredibly pure and wonderful moment was pierced by a very vicious and a very evil person. And so I just want to say a couple of things. The first thing that I want to say is, remember, we're an American family. And the people who lost children, they are your fellow Americans. And those children who lost their lives and lost their future, they are your fellow citizens. So think about them and say a prayer for them. And remember that they are as much us as our neighbors right here in this wonderful community in Wisconsin. And the thing that they need most of all is they need their fellow Americans to reach out and care about them. And I know that every single one of us is going to do that. That's the first thing that I wanted to say. Yeah. The second thing that I wanted to say is, when I first heard the news, I was worried that the death.
Oh man, he said no. He said a stripper would be cheaper, bro. You know, I mean, that boy never been to a stripper. That man never went to the strip club. Then, dog, I'm telling you, spending way more than just $100. You spending way more than just $200, $300, $400. If you really want to have a good time, I mean, let's be honest.
The toll was going to be higher based on what the media.
Disregard what I just said.
Reports are saying. Right now, there are still a couple of kids, some of whom in very critical condition, who may yet survive this. And I think they would appreciate your prayers, and their families would appreciate your prayers as well. So if you are the praying type, I'd ask you to say a prayer tonight for those kids that are still recovering, that they may recover fully and go on to live a full life, a life that was deprived from a couple of their classmates. And, you know, the stories, I'd encourage you to read some of the stories about what happened yesterday, about the violence, about the fact that.
Now, the Minnesota shooting, right? Now, when I further looked into it, and we found out it was some 30-year-old transgender woman who had a lot of mental problems. Because if you look at the videos that I looked at, guys, look, the man was insane. I mean, he was racist against Jews. He was racist against black people, Mexicans. And I'm just like, you know, that's just not your usual trans behavior. Trans people usually like those people, like, to be quite honest. So we can't sit there and blame this on it's just completely trans thing. But we can blame his mental health on, I'm be real with you, like, bad mental health. He's trans, he's racist. The man's all over the place. Like, I couldn't really pin him down on an ideology, to be quite honest with you. He was just mentally insane.
You had 10-year-old kids laying over their friends.
Oh, and shout out to my man Maine. Wait, first, shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. He said, wait, he would rather pay money to strippers. I give money to worthwhile people, not strippers. And shout out my man Big Wave Dave. You get a shout out for that. Shout out my man Big Wave Dave. And let's shout out to my man Maine. He said, you need a better stripper. I'm crying. No, I'm good. I'm good. I think we're all good.
To look after them and to try to protect them. And while yesterday was an unspeakable tragedy, I'd ask you to
stay out of strip clubs. Trust me. Stay out of the strip clubs, bro. Come on, man. We don't need to go there, guys. We're men of faith.
Remember that we also saw the very best of the United States of America. And to every person who protected a friend, to every first responder, to every paramedic who made it so the death toll wasn't higher, we love you, we're proud of you, and we'll never forget the great American spirit that you showed yesterday.
Oh, wow. Cheap was crazy.
And on that note, there's going to be time for politics, and there's going to be a time to figure out how to prevent this stuff from happening, how to make these shootings less common in our country. And I'm not going to speak about that now, but I would encourage you, the First Lady, Melania, who really has a very big heart for children, obviously as a mother herself, she put out a statement earlier today that I think is really worth taking a look at, because this happens too much in our country. And if you look, we really do have, I think, a mental health crisis in the United States of America. We take way more psychiatric medication than any other nation on earth. And I think it's time for us to start asking some very hard questions about the root causes of this violence. And I'm going to be part of that, and the First Lady and the President are going to be part of that. But that's going to be an American conversation that we're going to have together. But before we have that conversation,
I mean, we gotten too soft on mental health. And I mean, it's not like we need to just treat these people badly, but we need to show more compassion from them and start understanding, like, yo, they're not all the way mentally there. They're not all the way mentally there. And instead of just trying to champion these people and give them all the excuses in the world, and if you say anything about them, you're a bigot. Yeah, instead of protecting these people, let's highlight them and let's try to get them some help. Because we're doing too much, guys. Like, and I'm talking about you, Dems. Y'all is definitely doing too much to kind of, like, I guess, capitulate to any mental illness. You guys were okay with people calling themselves cats. You guys were literally okay with little kids in there calling themselves cats, and then their parents buying them, well, a litter box. Like, come on now. Y'all got to slow this one down. Y'all got to take accountability and start being like, yeah, we do got to roll it back. Because some of the stuff we were championing was severe mental health conditions.
If you are the praying type, I would ask you to join me in prayer. I'm just going to say a prayer for the 2 little kids who lost their lives yesterday. And this is a prayer we say a lot in my church.
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, you people giving flashbacks to when he got pegged by the pole dance. That's why he's saying to stop it. Whoa. Yo, whoa. Trust me, I only go to the ones where there's plenty of beautiful women. That's the one I go to. But shout out to my man Monty. He says armed teachers. In fact, I'm definitely on you with that one. I mean, we got to double down. Hey, people said we need to lax on the Second Amendment. No, we need to double down on it. And shout out to my man Dave. Let me call in. I do appreciate the patience on that one. The call-in line is now posted as of now, like 0 seconds ago.
And I've always found it very meaningful. It's very short. But eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon them.
Wait, how the hell?
May the souls of all the faithful departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Amen. Thank you all. Now, with that, I will take some questions from the reporters. But again, thank you all for having me, and thank you all for indulging that moment. I think it's important for our fellow Americans to know that we're reaching our arms around them and we love them. And you guys gave me the opportunity to do that, and so I'm grateful for it. God bless you. Questions?
Caden Perry, La Crosse Tribune, local reporter. I'm curious, a lot of investments in the steel industry in this nation, especially...
I'm crying. He says Robin was upset he couldn't lay eggs. Damn jeans. I mean, I know, right? Like, man, come on now. Well, why can't y'all just be happy about who you are? Like, if you was born a guy, be happy about being a guy. Don't wish you were a girl. I mean, you know what? It does make sense, even though I could never go there, but I hear what the guys are saying. I guess being a girl is oh so easy that you'd rather just become a girl. I mean, damn, even to the point you'd rather chop your own thing off. It's like, at least you're committed. I mean, I'm against it, but hey, I mean, y'all can do whatever y'all want as long as you guys just don't, spread it to the kids and shoot up schools. That's all we ask. That's really all we ask. And that's a small ask.
The signing of the Nippon and U.S. Steel merger in Pennsylvania. A lot of those investments seem to be going to the Rust Belt and major corporations there. Can you point to something in your policy that will help small businesses like this and others that are maybe outside of the conventional areas for the Rust Belt?
Yeah, so first of all, by ensuring that facilities like this have access to great American-made steel, we make sure they're never going to get cut off. And I talked to the CEO about this earlier. We make sure that they're always going to have the supplies necessary to do the business that they need to do. And that's a very important thing, because as we learned during the COVID pandemic, when you rely on foreign countries to make your critical supply, sometimes those foreign countries don't work. You can't depend on them. We can depend on our fellow Americans, and that's why it's so important, big corporation and small, to bring this stuff back to the United States. But you ask, what is going to help this small business? Well, first of all, the workers here, when they work an overtime shift, are not going to have to pay taxes on those overtime hours. That's going to help the workers and consequently the business right here in this facility. But also, you heard Secretary Burgum talk about this earlier. When a plant like this makes a big investment, we want to make that pay in the tax code. We don't want to penalize them for investing in American workers and American production. And the working families tax cut, you know what it does? It completely accelerates depreciation, so that when they make a big investment, when they buy a big amount, when they buy a big new facility or they buy a big new piece of equipment, they can immediately benefit from that in the tax code. And it's such a reversal from what we've had in this country for 40, 50 years, where we would penalize companies in the tax code for building and making in the United States of America. Under President Trump's leadership, we're rewarding companies in the tax code for building and making right here at home. Next question.
All right. Fantastic.
Good afternoon. Charles Benson with TMJ4 out of Milwaukee. As you know, the president this week signed an executive order around the National Guard. And so I'm curious if you could give us some more detail on that, wanting the National Guard members to be available.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get the guest in on here now, just to make sure the show runs smoothly. So, the viewers can further enjoy the show. I do ask you guys we're going to run a 6-minute talk time, and then we're going to get right back into the video so we don't get too far off and, off topic. Because, when we have our conversations, we stay on topic for a good 10 minutes, and then we go into the weeds somewhere. But shout out to my man Monty and Dave, though. What's going on, guys?
What's up?
What's up? All right, guys. So what you guys thinking so far?
All right. First of all, what you're showing is kind of off topic. Like, do we really care?
Wait, what's so off topic about it? I'm confused.
Well, all right. So if you're talking about what Trump is doing in Washington, that would be on topic.
Oh no, we're just getting to that. Remember, he just now started bringing up what's going on in DC.
Yeah, but that's my point. Like the rest of it, like you want to talk about the shooting?
Oh, the Minnesota shooting. I covered that extensively last night. I laid in at least an hour, 30 minutes onto it. I even showed the guy's video. I even showed the 10-minute video that he released that got deleted off YouTube.
All right. Well, yeah, none of them care. Apparently,
I think the topic is what JD Vance is talking about in his speech. He's just analyzing the speech.
So many topics to go over, though. But shoot, honestly, so Dave, you brought it up. What you think about what you think about the shooting?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Personally, I think we need to focus more on mental health and not the gun issue. Look, Set, you already know what went on in your Discord.
Oh, what went on the Discord? I didn't see that.
I didn't. I call it the last of it.
Really? Okay. All right. Well, Cool Bean decided to say that it was something about white nationalism.
How the hell?
And that it was their fault.
Cool Bean is a gold medalist mental gymnast.
I understand that, but he said it was. He said, "Look, I brought up. I was like, look, I brought up let's get to the basis of the problem." And he said it was white nationalism.
That's why it's a Democratic trans guy.
Yeah. That's crazy.
That was my point.
But hold on now. I can see where he got to that argument because, if you guys seen the video,
fuck off. No, I don't care.
I know. I'm just gotta give him because think about it now. The only reason I say that is because he did have a lot of Nazi propaganda written all over his guns. It was a mixed message. We're talking about a trans dude.
He did that for reasons.
All over his weapon.
His name was still. He wanted to be called Robin, and his name was Rob. Come on.
True. But my man was all over the place with it. It was hard for me to place him. When I found out he was trans, I'm like, okay, cool, leftist, great. But when I look at the video, and of course, he had Jesus on the shooting wall,
stuff he wrote on the mag, stuff like that. Yeah, no, still. No, he still shot up a Catholic church.
Right. It's a mental health issue.
Come on.
The people,
I hear you, Dave. I hear you. It's just the video just put me all over the place. I can't even pin the man down.
That's fine. I understand. I understand where you're coming from, Set. But he still shot up a Catholic church and shot 2 Catholic children.
All right, but hold on. Let's let Monty talk for the final 2 minutes.
We can hear. All right. Yep.
I mean, the point of the matter is these people that have mental illnesses, i.e., gender dysphoria, that it typically comes along with other mental disorders. So you're seeing that play out. you can't pin this guy down because he's not in reality. You're like to sit here and try to say, oh, he's thinking one way, or he's not thinking at all. He's in a delusion. And
oh wait, Monty, 1 second. I'm sorry. Set, you know I can speak on that because I have a child with that. Yep.
That's
So okay, go ahead.
All right, no, go ahead, Monty.
But yeah, no, I mean, typically, if you look at anybody, and I bet the statistics will prove this for me, anybody that's diagnosed with gender dysphoria also has other neurodivergent diagnoses, has other things. It's not just gender dysphoria or not just trans. It's anxiety, depression. They probably have 5 suicide attempts. They've probably been inpatient in a hospital somewhere because they cannot function in society because they have a mental illness. Not because we're mean to trans people, because they have a problem with them. Period.
Yeah, I mean, like, come on, man. How do I pin this down, guys?
You know what? You know what's crazy? Actually,
the guy's holding bullets with nail polish on. Like, where do we go with this? Where do we go with the
match? Brandon Herrera actually pointed this out. Trans folk make up less than 1% of the population, yet they're making up like
that's true.
Shootings.
Hey, Set.
Yo, what's going on?
All right. So speaking of that 1%, you know, we have on our conservative side, right? We have what the fuck's her name? I don't know what's his name. The dude that's I'm drawing a fucking blank right now.
Well, hold on. Let's get back to the video and then let me know when you find that one out, my brother. But all right, let's get back to it.
Rapid mobilization.
You know who I fucking mean.
Quick reaction force. My question would be, would that quick reaction force be deployed to help with day-to-day police work? And would a governor, like the governor of Wisconsin, have the option to say no to any deployment nationwide?
Well, let me say a few things about this. First of all, the principle at stake here is very simple. Americans ought to feel safe on American streets. How many of us... How many of us have crossed to the other side of the street because there's a person on the street corner yelling and screaming at our kids or at our family? How many people have felt scared to walk down the street of an American neighborhood in daylight or at night because those streets are considered no-go zones? How ridiculous is it that we ever let there be no-go zones on streets paid for by American taxpayers? You bought those streets. You ought to be able to enjoy them as American citizens. It's very, very simple. So that is the principle at stake here. And in Washington, D.C., let's step back a little bit. Washington, D.C. got to a point where it was having a murder more than every other day. The national capital of the most powerful nation in the history of the world had a murder every other day, carjackings, armed robberies that rival literal third world countries. And the President of the United States said, this is America's city and enough is enough, and he deployed the National Guard to fix it. Now, that was the right decision at the time. But I don't know how anybody can look at the results over the last 14 days and say anything other than thank God Donald Trump did what he did. Because armed robberies, carjackings, murders are down between 40 to 90%. Even the very Democratic mayor of D.C. said yesterday that she was grateful for the additional police presence because it made it possible for people, Americans, black, white, rich, and poor, to enjoy the nation's capital again. And that's what I want. I mean, all of you, Washington, D.C. is your town. You literally built it with your tax dollars. You should be able to come and go to one of these beautiful museums or see one of these incredible monuments without fear that you're going to get mugged. And that's what we have changed in just a short period of time. And you asked the Wisconsin-specific question. What the president has said is that, very simply, we want governors and mayors to ask for the help. The president of the United States is not going out there forcing this on anybody, though we do think that we have the legal right to clean up America's streets if we want to. But what the president has said is very simply is, why don't you invite us in? Is Milwaukee a super safe city right now? It's had some crime problems. It's a beautiful city. There are a lot of beautiful, incredible, hardworking people who live there, but let's be honest, Milwaukee has had some crime problems. So have other parts of our community. Chicago, I know we're not too far from Chicago. Chicago's had a lot of crime problems. Why is it that you have mayors and governors who are angrier about Donald Trump offering to help them than they are about the fact that their own residents are being carjacked and murdered in the streets? It doesn't make an ounce of sense.
Good point. Yeah, I don't understand the criticism of Trump helping them. I mean, look, we understand, and I'm gonna give it to the Dems. All right, if the numbers are right and you guys are bringing down crime, why wouldn't you want to, double down on that? Why wouldn't you want to keep it going? But hey, because let's be real, it's not like overly better. It's not like you guys are in the double digits when it comes to your murders and carjackings and all that. You guys are still triple digits, still. So you're not really making too much of an improvement. Like, we appreciate the number going down, but it could be better, especially in places like Chicago. I mean, the fact that anybody can give an argument for why the Fed shouldn't go into Chicago is absolutely asinine. But hey, man, if you want to live in fantasy land about what's going on in Chicago, man, go ahead. Go ahead.
And the last point that I'll make about this, sir, is, and I'm going to violate the advice I gave to the President of the United States yesterday, because we were having lunch yesterday, and the president said, JD, I don't know how I did it. I have actually got the Democrats to come out in defense of crime. And it is crazy. If Donald Trump came out tomorrow and said he really likes puppies, you would have AOC come out and say puppies are terrible. So you have Donald Trump, who has reduced murders, carjackings, and armed robberies in 14 days in Washington, D.C., and now you have national Democrats coming out and saying, oh, well, we love murders and carjackings and armed robberies. Why won't Democrats just use some common sense? We're going to disagree about stuff from time to time. I'm sure Democrats want higher taxes and I want lower taxes. We may disagree about some foreign policy issues, but on this basic principle that murdering people, armed robberies, carjackings are bad, wouldn't it be nice if the Democrats just worked a little across the aisle for once? Yeah. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Matt Smith, WIS in Milwaukee.
Yo, what's going on?
Apparently, there's a widespread rumor that Trump died last night. Can we address that real quick? Because
the hell,
not true. Yeah.
Am I in here?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I'm sorry. I'm watching chats and can't see the feed. Why the? Of course they're pushing that.
What?
Trump's death rumor sweeps X is crazy though.
Yeah, it's all over the place. It's in the chat too.
What? Weak. No, I doubt it. That'd just be too crazy.
He's not dead.
Come on now. Like, I'm pretty sure if Trump was dead, I think it's the first person to announce it. One would probably be the White House and family members. If they don't say it, I ain't believing it. But I'm pretty sure Trump is getting hit up right now, going like, "You good?" Because if it's all over Twitter, I'm pretty sure some people are probably calling in.
Most retarded shit I've ever fucking heard. Look, they've been pushing this Trump's dying thing for how long?
Bruh. Man, look, as soon as the man starts seeing some swelling in his ankles and some discoloration in his hands, they're like, oh, he's dead, he's dying, guys. It's like discoloration and all this. I'm just like, bro. He's talking coherent.
Not like Biden, where couldn't fucking have a conversation for like 2 minutes before walking off like a fucking zombie. Like, come on.
Exactly.
Hey, the language. You're gonna get him demonetized.
So you care?
I mean, if you could save it to the end of the stream to where they can't just look in so easily, just be like,
all right, fine.
But all right, guys. So, all right, but let's go ahead and just keep it going on this. I think everyone got their opinions out.
To what you just said, Milwaukee's mayor the other day said absolutely not to any talk of National Guard troops. Would the administration consider ever coming into a city like Milwaukee?
Well, again, we want to be invited into Milwaukee. We want to help people. We want to help our fellow citizens. And we think that if you look at the crime rates, if you look at the murders in Milwaukee, if you look at certain neighborhoods where people are unafraid to go out even in the middle of the day, we would love to come and help the people in Milwaukee. But the President of the United States has said he wants to be asked. And that has been his consistent line from the very beginning.
And shout out to Maine. He says, if you didn't hear it, it didn't happen. Hey, what's up, Dave?
Yeah. All right. So as for Washington, D.C., like I shared videos on Discord of people in Washington, D.C. were like, thanks, Trump. I can actually go see the monuments now.
I know, right, bro? People in the DC neighborhoods were pretty much just like, thanks, Trump. I could stop at a stoplight and not have to have my windows roll all the way up. And my hand on my pistol. It's like,
bro,
thank you, Trump.
bro. Speaking of which, every time I drive through fucking Philadelphia, oh, sorry for the language. Every time I drive through Philadelphia, right, where I go to jobs in like the nice areas of PA, I have to drive through Philadelphia, but I have to go over the Ben Franklin Bridge and drive to a certain part where I have like homeless people holding up signs and I have to roll up my freaking windows, right?
Yeah, because hey, man, you never know, man. They come up to you and it might turn into a.
Yeah. So, but I roll up my windows because they're not just asking for change. Like they'll ask you for anything they can get.
Can I get a ride? No, I remember one time when I was riding through the improvish areas, a crackhead tried to open my door and say, "Give me a ride." Just open it, like walk across the street, try to open my door, give me a ride. I'm like, what the, bro?
Oh, so you want a fun story for that one?
All right, let's hear yours.
All right, so I was at a bar that was close. You know Camden, New Jersey, right?
Nah.
But you gotta know Camden, New Jersey. It's like one of the worst cities in the world.
Oh, I thought you meant have I been there? No.
Oh no. Okay, so Camden, New Jersey, one of the worst cities in the world. So I was at a bar close to there, and some girl, and this was, I think I was like 18 or 19. I was trashed. I was in my car. She walks up and she's like, can I get a ride?
You let her in, Dave?
I did. And then she was like, I'm hungry. So we went to McDonald's right around the corner. Drove the McDonald's. And exactly. That's the sound. So I bought her food. Got to play the sound again.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah. And she's like, all right, we're going to go somewhere. I'm like, where are we going to go? And she's like, yeah, here, put this house in your GPS.
Wait, okay.
Put the house in my GPS. Bro, I drove her there. It's in the middle. Look, my sister used to live in Camden. I got beat up by a black teenager, or not even a black teenager, but like a young kid. Me rolling around on rollerblades where my sister lived in the middle of Camden. Like he punched me in the fucking nose, made me fucking bleed, and they all were like, "Yeah, get the fuck out of here." I had to leave anyway.
All right, but hold on now. Let's get over to Bati. He says Dave is hammered.
No, I'm not done. I'm trying to tell you a fucking story. Fuck off, Monty. Anyway, so this chick has me drive her.
But all right.
Has me drive her from the fucking bar to a house in that area of fucking Camden that I fucking know. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not safe here. I'm a fucking white dude in a fucking car. You're running into a house to get fucking drugs? Yeah, no, I peeled the fuck out and left her there. Yep. No, I ran.
Let's get back to it.
All right.
That we have an incredible law enforcement capability in the United States. You know what's crazy about crime is most of the violent crime is committed by a very small number of people. When we talk about a violent crime problem, you know, we're not talking about thousands upon thousands of people in Milwaukee. We're talking about a few hundred people who probably commit 90% of the violent crime. We would love to come in and help lock up those violent criminals. I hope the mayor of Milwaukee gets some common sense and actually fights for her residents for a change, or his residents for a change, because we would love to actually help cut down on the crime in this community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Anthony DeBruzzi, Spectrum News, Wisconsin. Sticking with Milwaukee, but a little different. Yesterday, Governor Tony Evers requested a disaster declaration from President Trump after the historic flooding that we've seen in the Milwaukee area. So can Wisconsinites count on the administration for financial help through this?
Yeah, so obviously, look, we want to help people. We want to help our fellow citizens. And I know that Wisconsin has suffered some serious problems. I have not talked to the President of the United States. I'm not even sure that he's aware yet that the governor has issued that disaster declaration. But I will take that back to Washington, D.C. and make sure we respond to it promptly. Thank you, sir.
Hi, Mr. Vice President. Daniel Gomez, WEAU in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. So I see that you've been touring around the country visiting.
Oh, and shout out to my man Monty. He said, my guy's talking off topic, then goes into story time, for fuck's sake. Oh, man. All right. Well, shout out Monty, and shout out to the supporters. But, and
in congressional battleground districts, no different here. Wisconsin's third. You're here also garnering up some support for Derek Van Orden. So my question here is, can we expect you again next year when we actually get to the midterm elections? And will you also address other issues in Wisconsin's third district, which include agriculture, childcare, healthcare, and all these other things that impact rural, hardworking, working class Wisconsinites here?
Of course. Well, do you all want to have me back next year? Is that okay? Look, so long as the people of the 3rd District will have me, yes, I will keep on coming back and keep on talking about the issues that matter. You asked about agriculture, I think rural healthcare, and also childcare. Look, if you look at the working families tax cut, there's a lot there for agriculture. There's a lot. For example, if you buy a new tractor, you buy a new piece of farm equipment, wouldn't it be nice if you were rewarded in the tax code instead of penalized in the tax code? Well, now, thanks to the working families tax cut, you are going to be rewarded, which is why the farmers were really big and supportive and behind the legislation. We had such great support from our farming community in Wisconsin and all over the country for this legislation, I think in part because it does a lot for our farmers. You asked about healthcare. Look, rural healthcare in this country is in bad shape. It was left in bad shape by the previous administration, and this legislation, the working families tax cut, has got tens of billions of dollars to shore up our rural healthcare system. It is so unusual to hear Democrats say this is going to be bad for healthcare when we're spending billions of dollars to try to fix some of the rural healthcare problems in our country. And by the way, has anybody been awake for the last 4 years? Any of these national Democrats? How was the rural healthcare system doing under Joe Biden when you had hospitals and clinics closing at a record and alarming rate? We're trying to fix that. We want people to be able to access to healthcare, but we want American citizens to be able to access healthcare, and that's what makes us different from the National Democrat Party. And I'll take maybe a couple more questions, then we're gonna hit the road.
Hi, thank you so much for taking questions for us. My name is Laura Schulte. I'm a reporter with the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. You've talked a little bit, about the disaster declaration, but I'm wondering, how long will Milwaukee have to wait?
Shout out to Monty. He says, who wants the over/under on Dave's BAC?
For disaster declaration from President Trump.
Wild.
Well, if I understood the question correctly, and this is the first time that I'm hearing about it, we got the request from the governor yesterday. Is that right? Okay, so I mean, it's very possible that request has not even made it to the president's desk. I mean, these things sometimes take more than 12 hours before they get to the president's desk. So what I can promise you is now that I'm aware of it, we're going to take a look at it. We're going to make sure that it gets the review that it requires. And look, we love Wisconsin. We love all of our American citizens. People are struggling. We recognize that, and we want to figure out ways to help them. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, Adam Roberts, News Radio WTMJ, also out of Milwaukee. A follow-up to that question as well. I know that you still have time to make this decision, but can you explain why President Trump or yourself did not tour the Southeast Wisconsin area like was done in Texas after their historic flooding?
Yeah, I can give you a very simple answer to that question is, if you remember the Texas flooding, the president did not show up until he felt like he could provide comfort and aid to some of the grieving families. but not actually be a huge distraction for law enforcement. I mean, look, it is a reality of the world that when the president or the vice president of the United States show up, there are a lot of Secret Service, there's a lot of local law enforcement. And I remember explicitly
Shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, sorry guys, I need to sleep. Have a great time. I'm awake too long at this point. Also, I never asked for all those chirps. Still sure I heard a real one though. Night everyone. You know, screw you, Dave. But I do appreciate you. Shout out Big Wave Dave. But at the same time, though, screw you. And you asked for it 20 times. And there was no way.
No,
shout
that
out.
Set. I don't know what it is, but that was me. I said chirps times 10.
That was okay. I thought that was Dave that said that. Okay, that's where you said it. Well, yep, here it is. Chirps times 10. Times 10 is crazy.
Yeah, and then you kept saying shout out Big Wave Dave. I'm like, that's not Dave.
Good point. My bad, dog. But
and you got to do it
10?
in 30 intervals.
10 is crazy. Like, dog. At this point, guys, I'm gonna have to give it to you.
It's over 9,000.
But all right, let's keep it going. Now let's go on to the next. Huh?
You got to do it in 30-second intervals to make it realistic.
Nah, facts. But that's gonna annoy a lot of people. Why not? Why not? It is fun.
What are you, SpongeBob?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of using it for. Like, you know what? Let me just censor myself directly. But all right, guys, let's get right into it with JD Vance one-on-one with USA Today.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, sitting down today with USA Today. And we'll be discussing the first 200 days of your vice presidency and your plans for the fall. But first, I do want to get your...
Yeah, but shout out Vlad. He said 30-second intervals on the chirps, make it realistic. There's no way I'm going to count every 30 seconds. Shout out to my man, Big Wave Dave. He said, no, I didn't. I heard a real one, asshole. No, you did not. No, you did not. But, hey.
You missed Hellbat.
Hellbat too? Hold on.
Rapid fire.
Oh, yep. Rapid fire. Bro, rapid fire 20 said you won't. Bro, I don't even think I can.
Send it.
Like, you guys are ridiculous right now. Like, bro.
Emotional damage.
Is what y'all about to give me if I have to press this that many times.
He gave you $2.
News and current events, including President Donald Trump's attempt to fire Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve's Board of Governors. He says it's over alleged mortgage fraud, but she has not been charged with a crime. Is this about forcing the Fed to cut interest rates?
Well, a couple of things here. So first of all, I don't think anybody doubts that Lisa Cook committed some mortgage fraud, whether a local authority decides to prosecute or federal authorities prosecute, or of course the president doesn't get involved in those decisions, but she made a mistake and she potentially made a criminal mistake. And the question is, do we want a person who makes a mistake like that to be a person who sits on the Federal Reserve Board, which makes important monetary policy for the entire country? I think that position should be held to the highest possible standard. So whether it's criminal, whether it's intentional or not, we know that this is a person, I think, who doesn't meet the standard that we should expect for the Federal Reserve, which is why the president fired her. And he does have the legal right to fire her. And this goes into a second, I think, a much more fundamental question. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that Lisa Cook had done absolutely nothing wrong. Isn't it a little preposterous to say that the president of the United States, the elected president of the United States, working, of course, in concert with Congress?
I didn't know that. To be quite honest, I did not know he had the power to fire anybody on the Federal Reserve or the governor's board, because, well, you can't fire the chair. So I almost thought everybody on the Federal Reserve was almost untouchable. Well, anybody on that board
doesn't have the ability to make these determinations. What people who are saying the president has no authority here, what they're effectively saying is that 7 economists and lawyers should be able to make an incredibly critical decision for the American people with no democratic input. Like, I thought the people controlled this country, that people made the determinations in this country through their elected representatives, including the president of the United States. I don't think that we allow bureaucrats to sit from on high and make decisions about monetary policy and interest rates without any input from the people that were elected to serve the American people. And I think that's fundamentally what this is about. Who makes the decisions about this country? Is it those the American people elect, or is it unelected bureaucrats? And I feel very strongly that the president of the United States is much better able to make these determinations. And by the way, if the American people disagree with the president, they, of course, can throw out the president every 4 years and throw in a new president.
But you can't say that the American people, that the democratic decision-making process has no influence over monetary policy. That's really, really, I think, an anti-democratic principle.
John Bolton.
Oh, and shout out to my man Big Wade Dave says, change the 9V, Dick. Our 9Vs have been changed. And shout out to my man Big Wade Dave coming in again. I'm giving you more than all these degenerates. I'm like, well, damn, Dave, you've been around longer. You have been around longer. Don't do them like that, man. Don't do them like
that. Doesn't mean anything.
Like, don't do them like that.
It's not pay to play.
Oh, I know, right? But shout out Big Wave Dave. I do appreciate your support every time, brother. All right, guys, let's get into this man, John Bolton.
See, that's really, really, I think, an anti-democratic principle.
John Bolton, John Brennan, James Comey, Letitia James, Adam Schiff, they're all among the current and former officials the administration is now investigating. Does the president have an enemies list?
No, not at all. I think the president has a view that we should enforce the law. And if people broke the law, then of course they should face some prosecution for doing so. You know, all the people that you named, they're at some level of investigation. But unlike the Biden Department of Justice, what the president of the United States has told his Department of Justice is let the facts and the law drive these decisions. If you do these investigations and it's determined that nobody broke the law, then of course you don't prosecute anybody. But if you have people who broke the law, if you have people who violated the public trust, if you have people who mishandled critical information in a way that harmed the American people, and they've committed a violation of the law in the process, of course you've got to prosecute people. I think unless you prosecute people who broke the law, you don't have a real constitutional republic. So no, the president has been willing, frankly, to pardon people from the other side of the political aisle. In my hometown of Cincinnati, PG Sittenfeld.
To be honest, I don't like John Bolton because, let's be real, the only reason why John Bolton doesn't like Trump because Trump's not a war hawk like John Bolton is. I mean, every time that man was in any type of negotiation, he would pretty much ruin it. And this is according to what Trump was saying and then what other people were saying as well. Like, you couldn't bring John Bolton to the negotiation table because he was such a war hawk. Everybody trying to talk peace, this man talking war.
Here's the thing,
what's up?
Since when are the Democrats lining up to support John Bolton?
Exactly. Like that's the bro. It's so disingenuous because the only reason they support John Bolton is because he turned against Trump. Everybody who turned against Trump in the Trump administration was first term now has a spot on CNN for some reason or MSNBC.
Right.
Like and here's the thing: like if they didn't do this switch up, then be honest, the Dems wouldn't even take their word for anything. But because they did and they stabbed Trump in the back, they believe a bunch of backstabbers. Okay. But hold on, shout out to my man Vlad Steen.
Oh my God.
He says, alcohol don't heal wounds, man. Accept what you can't change and love those you can't hold close. Trust is fragile and you can't burn all bridges down. Well, damn, Vlad Steen coming in deep with that one.
Poetic.
I know, right? That is Vlad Steen. I ain't gonna lie. Vlad Steen be coming in with some deep stuff.
Department of Justice, the president.
Man, sit there and study philosophy. Well, I assume.
President issued that pardon. He's sort of a famous Democratic official. This is not about politics. This is about the law. And if the president thinks a person has been unfairly prosecuted, he'll pardon that person or commute their sentence. If he thinks a person has violated the law, whether they're a Republican or a Democrat, he's going to encourage his Department of Justice to go after that person.
I want to turn now to the National Guard.
Sure.
Are the deployments to cities such as Baltimore and Chicago how the White House plans to fight crime?
You know, it's an interesting question. I think the president has the legal authority to deploy the National Guard to fight crime. And obviously, we're going to do things that are in compliance with the legal processes of our country. But the president said a couple of times in the past couple of days that he really wants this process to be driven by the local authorities here, whether it's the state government or the local mayors. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, look, we don't want to go in where we're unwelcome. There's a political reason because what might very well happen is that these people, mayors or local governors, stand up and say, we don't want the National Guard. This is a dictatorship. Trump is a fascist, blah, 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 blah. We don't want people to stand up before a press conference and accuse the president of being a fascist, accuse the National Guard of being part of some dictatorial coup, when in private, they're actually thanking us for bringing law and order back to these communities. So there's a political...
Which is a completely unfair assessment of the matter. It's like, bro, there's really no martial law. People aren't being curfewed or forced to stay inside with military force. None of that. but I do see the resemblance, I will admit. But shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. We are playing these games. We are playing these games. The only benefit set, which I'm fine with. Hey, and I appreciate that. Now, Monty, what do you think about that though? Well, what Vance'S touched on.
What about what part of it?
Well, actually, sorry, kind of left my head. Huh. Well, this part right here.
Of being a fascist, accused the National Guard of being part of some dictatorial coup, when in private, they're actually thanking us for bringing law and order back to these communities. So there's a political reason not to do it. There's also just a basic cooperation reason to do it. I mean, look.
And you remember, I think even Pete Hegseth admitted that, the Department of Defense is involved in these actions.
I mean, here's the thing. What do you want your cities to be policed, or do you want your cities to be run by criminals? Period.
Good point.
Like, if this wasn't Trump doing this, how would it make you feel? If you're only mad because it goes to your point that you think Trump is some sort of authoritarian dictator, meanwhile letting you protest in the street, letting you bash him, letting you do all these things that dictators wouldn't let you do, and accepting, if you were quiet in 2020 when the National Guard, the police forces were out, shooting people with stun grenades because they weren't in their house, then maybe you should be quiet now.
Good point. And now I actually do see it from your perspective on that note, because it's like this. I mean, would you rather Chicago be ran by the Bloods and the Crips, or rather it be ran by the U.S. government? Which it should be. Which it should be, though.
There should be law and order in your streets, and you should not live in an area. There should be no area in the U.S. where you're like, oh man, the cops aren't going to do anything about that, and oh, they just broke into a car. It's not a big deal. No, that is a big deal. That harms people. That harms people financially. That harms people in their mental health. Like, stuff like that should not be allowed. Oh, you just got your car stolen, but at least you're safe. Just accept that you're going to be victimized in every single aspect of your life by criminals. Or, even worse, there's going to be a crime epidemic where people are shooting at each other, and you have property that's damaged. You have kids that are killed. Like,
then it really gets serious.
If you're such a proponent of,
but here's the sad part, though.
Safer, like, why do you oppose this?
Yeah, I know. I hear you on that one. The sad part is those who are usually affected join in. That's the worst part about it. All right, let's keep it going.
If you look at Chicago, if you look at Baltimore, if you look at Los Angeles, these cities have murder.
Oh, and shout out Hellbat. He says, we are not Mexico. We refuse to be ran by the cartel. You know what? Shout out. Shout out Hellbat and all the other supporters, man. Appreciate y'all. But shout out Hellbat for that one.
Rates that are totally unacceptable in the world's wealthiest country. We should want, whether you're black or white or rich or poor, you should be able to walk down America's city streets in safety and in comfort. You should not, if you're the mom or a dad of a young kid, have to cross the street when you're walking through San Francisco in broad daylight because there's a crazy person screaming at you on the street corner. We should have some basic level of comfort and security in our streets. And what the president has said is if these local mayors and if the local governors want help, he is more than willing to provide it. I think that he could provide it even without their request. But fundamentally, the president, I think right now what he said is we want to work together with these localities. We want to bring law and order back to American streets. We want to make America's cities safe again, but we want to do it working in concert with local authorities. And that right now is where the president is.
Right, but would they be indefinite? How long?
You're saying if we deploy the National Guard, how long would they stay? Mm-hmm. Well, I think fundamentally that would be up to the local governors, the local authorities, in concert with the President of the United States to make those determinations. I think you obviously have to make that determination based on the local crime rates, what's happening with murder, what's happening with armed robberies, what's happening with carjackings. I mean, we don't want indefinitely to put National Guardsmen on the streets of our cities. We just want to make those streets more safe. And I think once we've accomplished that goal and created, some local foundation for the local police to continue to police those streets successfully, then I think that would sort of accomplish the goal, and that's what we would need to do. In DC in particular, which is of course the only.
And no, go ahead, Monty.
I asked the folks in chat, specifically one that I just saw. He said, yes, we all want safer streets, but opposing The military being used as a police force does not mean you support crime or are against America. So what does it mean when your Democrat leaders decide that they're going to just let crime go and it's just gonna be a facet of it? Does that mean
I'm sorry, I have a solution for all of this.
Really? Let's hear it, Dave.
Okay. Take away all the fucking gun laws they have for normal citizens, right? We can all carry guns. We can carry, outside or inside, whatever the case may be. Criminals will not bother because they know they will be shot.
All right. I agree to that. All right, Monty.
I mean, am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all. I also support that too, but we live in a country where you can have these stupid freaking gun laws, and it takes 50 years to go through the Supreme Court to get them all struck down. So in the meantime, yeah, I'm okay with the FBI going through the streets and prosecuting criminals. I'm okay with the DEA doing it. I'm okay with the National Guard doing it. That's what the
all
National
well and
Guard is
good.
for.
But what I'm saying is, if you want to solve it, strike down all the unconstitutional gun laws. And then criminals will think fucking twice, right?
Yeah, you don't have to use taxpayer dollars to send in all these elite special agents to go and solve this problem. Let the citizens solve it.
Monty, the other thing too is like people will say like, oh, it's gonna be the Wild West. Well, no, it won't be the Wild West because pussies will back down and the alphas will step up, right?
I mean, that's the best way to describe it. Yeah. No,
we duel at dawn.
Shoot out at dawn.
Okay, that was my point, and now I'm going to bed. Have a nice night, everybody.
All right, man. Shout out Big Wave Dave. Now let me go ahead to my man H3I. He says, with Trump refusing to release the files thereby protecting pedos, and Israel in doing so, it's beyond obvious Trump is a pedo himself and is controlled by Israel. It's undeniable at this point.
Get off of the internet.
Like,
yeah.
All right, bro. I mean, hold on though. You might have watched Nick Fuentes for a bit too long, but okay. Know what? I'm gonna say this because one, you can't 100% prove that. I do understand
any of it. He can't.
I know. But because here's the thing, I do understand why they're leaning towards that, because if you have not heard what Israel's done in the past like week or so, bro, it's wild. Even I'm looking at Trump like, all right, look, I understand we're paying attention to our business, but we do gotta speak on them as first. Like they did just kill a whole bunch of reporters from AP News and all that wild stuff. Like
it's that,
and we're just looking past it. So I do hear him out, but that doesn't mean Trump is a pedo.
Pedophile.
Yeah, that does have anything to do with it.
Look, Seth, what did I tell you in the beginning?
You said a lot.
Let's see here. I forgot.
Not the beginning of this thing. No. So in the beginning, when I started talking, I said we should not worry about other countries. We should worry about ourselves.
Absolutely.
True.
Why the fuck are these dumbasses so worried about other countries while our own country has issues?
Well, I would say this. They like to lean into Israel because it's like this whole little thing with these guys. Like, oh, well, we're paying for them and all this good stuff. And I'm like, I get it.
Okay.
I get it, guys.
We shouldn't be paying shit. We shouldn't be paying shit.
I agree.
If we weren't, Set, and if we weren't, the Democrats would be standing behind Israel instead of standing behind Palestine. Anything that Trump takes a stance on, they're going to take the opposite stance on. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter. Like I said,
that is true.
He could take the stance of Palestine, and you'd have Democrats, wrapping themselves in the Israeli flag and saying that Trump hates Jews, and this just proves that he's a Nazi. Because Hitler hated Jews. That's all that this circular argument and moving of the goalposts is going to happen through the entire presidency. Stop giving it oxygen. If you want it to stop giving it oxygen. Stop giving them any credibility because they have none. We've seen the cycle over and over.
All right.
and
All right,
over
yo,
and over and over again.
This is Monty.
Yes, that's Monty. That's big
All
dog
right.
Monty.
I'm Monty.
All right, Monty. All right, Monty. Set. I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys later. I'm getting off of here now before I get too far into this.
I know, right? I know that's what you tell yourself, Dave, right? And then you'll be back up here 10 minutes later.
I'm gonna be dreaming about it though. Have a nice night though.
All right, bro. All right, brother, man. Have a good night.
See you guys.
Am I wrong? Any stance that he takes the stance on fighting pharmaceutical companies and saying we're going to pay the best price. They start talking about how it's going to hurt seniors because they won't be able to get the drugs they need. Any stance, even if it's a Democratic stance that's been a Democratic stance for a long time, they're going to take the opposite stance. If he cures cancer tomorrow, he's going to say he's hurting healthcare workers because they won't have jobs to cure cancer patients. Like if he solves homelessness, he's somehow only doing it for himself so that he can get people in his hotel. Like it'll be.
Oh yeah, like he's only doing this, doing these peace deals so he can get a Nobel Peace Prize. I'm like, okay.
Like shut up. Like what does a Nobel Peace Prize do for you? Absolutely nothing. It gives you a fucking pat on the back. Republicans don't care about pats on the back.
I mean, yeah, for what you're supposed to do. It's like, to be honest, he's supposed to be bringing peace. Like, I would assume that like what you're supposed to do, and it's crazy how we have to have a prize for it. But hey,
and then here we go. Trump cut funding to children's cancer research. Yeah, how much has children's cancer research stopped cancer? Huh. Wait, none. It's just going into the pockets of big medical and big pharmaceutical. Oh man.
And then I guess they don't want to microscope the situation to poor eating habits and other things.
It's like I'm so sick of it. Like you want to hold things up as your token freaking I'm a good person. Look how I'm fighting against this oppression. It's not oppression. We're being fleeced by people that owned the country. And Trump's like, no, we're not going to pay 1,700% inflated prices for drugs. We're going to pay the best price for them. Whatever you sell it for the lowest nation, that's the price we're going to pay. Somehow that's bad. Somehow that's cutting costs or cutting funds for cancer research. Bruh. It's not. You've been disillusioned. You've been lied to, and and now I'm retarded. Here we go. See,
man. Shout out, but hold on. Shout out to our man Hellbat. He said, I predict a hard crackdown when we get a big majority after the midterm, since that's the biggest thing to worry about, the current Republican majority. And which I think due to the redistricting we're going to get. So, hey, I'm not too upset about that. But let's get right back to our man.
Cancer research has reduced pediatric cancer by 90%, you dumb fuck. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. Instances of cancer have gone up over the last 50 years, not down. Now, living with cancer has gone up as well because kids are living longer with cancer. That's research that's been founded and documented for the past 30 years already. So what has giving these industries money after money after money done for cancer kids today? Nothing? Okay. Get over yourself.
All right. And shout out to my man H3. He says, then release the files and stop protecting the pedos. I mean, I think you're giving Trump way too much power in that one.
He has released the files, you freaking morons. Just because he hasn't released something that Joe Rogan said exists doesn't mean he hasn't released the files.
And let's be real, my man. These files have been hidden like all through the Biden administration. And you know what? I'm not even gonna give Trump no excuses. I'm just gonna say this: Trump did a lot more with these files or to release them than Biden did.
And that's all I got. Nobody was jumping on Biden's back for it. Why? Because no one held Biden to the standard of the president of the United States. But yet somehow this deplorable, evil man that you guys love to rally behind and say he's this evil person, somehow you expect him to do the things that your president couldn't do?
Actually, no, Monty, the worst argument was, well, he didn't run on it. You have to run on doing what's right. like catching pedos, you got to run on that. Shouldn't you just do that automatically?
That should just be the job description of the DOJ. But somehow the DOJ didn't do any of it. And you want to say that Trump can't actually you want to say that he can't act unilaterally. He can't consolidate power. But at the same token, He told the DOJ to release the files. He told Tulsi Gabbard to release the files. He told Kash Patel to release the files. But somehow him not just going around and unilaterally acting, it makes him a fascist and makes him a pedophile. But if he were to go around and unilaterally act on something, you would call him an authoritarian. Like, make it make sense. You can't, because you don't understand how the government works. But CNN has illusioned you to think that, oh yeah, if you take a moral stance and you just spam release the files over and over again on the internet, somehow you're doing something for children.
I mean, man, you would think, or you would honestly understand that the Epstein files is way deeper than just Trump. I don't know. I don't like when people just act like Trump is just the main figure in the Epstein file. Like, there's other people that's way more important. That, like, here's the thing, like, you can't even prove that Trump had any real dealings with Epstein. We can prove that we can have people that we can prove
crazy
had real dealings with Epstein, and y'all don't talk about them.
You know what's crazy is they say over and over again, oh, Trump was on the flight logs in Jeffrey Epstein's plane. You know what flight logs he was on? And you know who else was with him on those flights? He was going to Panama, or going from Panama City to New Jersey with his wife and kids. I promise you he wasn't diddling kids on the plane with his wife and children.
All right, let's not go too far into the Epstein file. So, I mean, we'll probably bring it up later on, but you know how these guys like to do it.
They don't know what they're talking about. They have never researched anything that they're talking about. They literally just listen to what Yahoo News says, or what headline pops up in their Google Chrome feed.
All right, Monty, stop cooking these guys. All right. Like, you don't cook them enough. So shout out Monty.
Place to where we've done this. I think the president's view is 30 days is probably not enough. If you look at how bad the crime problem has gotten here, how bad the armed robberies have gotten, how bad the carjackings have gotten, I don't think 30 days is enough. But what we really want with Washington, D.C. is to put it on a sustainable footing where the local authorities and the local police could actually bring safety back to the streets of Washington, D.C. I think you may have been in the press conference yesterday. There were a couple of journalists who talked about being mugged on the streets of Washington, D.C. I mean, a dear friend of mine who used to live in Washington, his then
Octoglism, whatever the hell, 9028. They were friends for 15 years. Yeah, so was all of the banking industry. So was Bill Clinton. So was Hillary Clinton. So was Obama. So was everybody else that you guys put up on a pedestal. But should I bring that up over and over and over again?
Especially Clinton. Especially the Clinton.
Right. Clinton was impeached for indecent acts in the White House and then lying about it. But you want to put him on a pedestal because he played the saxophone on Saturday Night Live and he's real cool.
All right, now shout out to Hellbat. He says they just mad we're taking their slaves away. I'm crying
again. That's all they're mad about. That's all they're mad about. If you follow the money and who benefits from Trump, draining the swamp, and who it hurts. It hurts all of these people. It hurts the people that traffic kids. It hurts the banking industry. It hurts the Democrats that use NGOs to money launder money back into their pockets. It hurts the Nancy Pelosi's that can't work insider trading deals while she's in Congress. That's who it hurts. It hurts the pharmaceutical industries who Elizabeth Warren is bought out by. That's why you see them. They sit here and they're like evil geniuses. They sit back and they're like, oh man, Trump's doing this horrible, horrible things to your Meemaw. Meanwhile, they're the ones that are doing the horrible, horrible things to your Meemaw.
Literally how they imagine this man. But shout out to this man H3I. He said he will sleep with his daughter if she wasn't his daughter. The guy is sick in the head. Who says that?
Who says that? Joe Biden says shit like that. Joe Biden says he has his kids rub his leg hair while he's in the pool naked. Biden,
you know, it's actually wild. Like, remember at the Ashley Biden diary where she was writing down how she used to have showers with her father? Oh man, let's not look into the Ashley Biden diary though.
Yeah, let's.
Or how she said that some of her dad's friends would, essay her. Or well, what about Tara Reedy? The lady that accused Biden of essay as well. I mean, do y'all know about that?
No, because it gets. What about every Democrat that's run? If you've paid attention to politics in the last 20 years, funny how every Democrat that runs is always accused of sexual assault, and it's usually founded. But every time a Republican runs, you have like 500 girls that come out and say, "Oh yeah, Mitt Romney sexually assaulted me, blah 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 at this time." Oh man,
you know, so crazy, dog. I know what video they're talking about. Like, oh, like, well, what was it? Because Trump did make a comment about his daughter, and it wasn't even nothing too crazy. But the Dems, like, they spun the hell out of it.
Yeah, Trump. I didn't vote for a husband. I didn't vote for, you know, a best friend. I voted for a president. Just because you don't like the president and you don't like the policies, but you can't argue the policies, so you go to the character. Like, I don't care what your opinion on his character is. I didn't vote for a best friend. I didn't vote for, you know, who was gonna, you know, look the most presidential up on a.
He cheated on his wife.
Bill.
Like so did Bill. But I get what you're saying, Monty. But all right, though, let's get back into the video. And you know what?
Right. Hunter got pardoned. Enough said. Remember when you said you don't need a pardon if you're not guilty? Remember that? Keep that energy up.
Good point.
Girlfriend, now they're married, but when they were dating, she came back home crying because she had been mugged at a CVS in the middle of Washington, D.C. This is crazy. We don't have to accept this. I think our message to the American people is we don't have to live like this. All you need is the political leadership at the national and the local level that's willing to actually go after the bad guys and make American streets safe for Americans again.
Yo,
let's move from the Biden crime family to the fact that he pardoned Anthony Fauci. If Anthony Fauci is so upstanding and did the right thing for America and didn't do anything to benefit himself, why does Anthony Fauci need a pardon?
I don't even think Biden signed those, to be quite honest.
No, I mean, obviously not.
Yeah, but nah, you're right. Why does he need one? Why does Hunter need one?
Pardon?
Why did January 6th committee need one? Like,
Oh man, it's almost as if you want to make the cases for your treason and for your wrongdoing against the country unprosecutable.
All right, man. Let's get right back into this.
Your critics say it's meant to be a distraction from Jeffrey Epstein.
That's willing to actually go after the bad guys and make American streets safe for Americans again.
Your critics say it's meant to be a distraction from Jeffrey Epstein. Now that you're in power.
Damn, it's like you can't stop crime and catch pedos at the same time, apparently. I mean, okay.
Right.
You say that there is no client list. Why do you think it is that so many of your own supporters don't believe you?
Well, I think what the president has said, first of all, is he's told the Department of Justice to do full transparency here, to release what we have, to release the credible information. And I think you saw Todd Blanche just a couple of days ago actually release the 9-hour transcript of interview that he did with Ghislaine Maxwell. What the president has also said is that we've got a whole host of things that we can focus on. You can both order the Department of Justice to do full transparency. You can also ask the Department of Justice to enforce the law. You can also ask the National Guard to make sure that DC's streets are safe. You don't have to do one of these things or the other. So I don't think that it's a distraction, especially when I think the president has ordered the administration to be more transparent about this than any other issue. Now, yes, I'm certainly aware that there are folks, even some of our own supporters, who have criticized the response of the president, of the Department of Justice. But I think if you look at this in full and you give this the proper amount of time, what you're going to find is that the administration has been far more open and transparent about this issue and many others than any other administration. We have to remember this entire thing happened. This entire story blew up during the Biden administration. The Biden administration had 4 years to release this information. They did absolutely nothing. The president has actually directed his Department of Justice to release whatever information that we can, and also to go further. I mean, to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell for 9 hours to see if there are any other leads that we can uncover to actually identify some.
And I didn't even listen to the whole 9 hours. I listened to like 4 hours. Yeah, I'm like, 4 hours and 30 minutes in.
Crimes that we can prosecute.
There's nothing to this. All of this is a manufactured bunch of BS conspiracy that was started on the right. Now the left is picking it up after they beat the right to death over it. Said, oh yeah, no, there's no list. What are you talking about? Somehow now that Trump's in power, there's a list. Wow. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna leave Monty with that point right there. That was a good point.
But again, as the president has always said, we're going to let the Department of Justice be driven by the facts and the law. we're not going to prosecute people just
here we go.
because other people want us to.
Hold
We're
on,
only
Monty,
going to
hold on,
prosecute
hold on.
people if they committed a crime. That's true in the Epstein situation. And that's true in a lot of other issues as well. That's why the president's focus on credibility here and the real evidence.
I wasn't in there then, but I was in there for your most recent meeting with Ukraine.
All right, what's up, Monty?
Here we go. Why don't they talk to the victims for 1 hour? Maybe if you did a little bit of research, you would know that they did talk to the victims for 1 hour. And what did you get from those victims? A whole bunch of gobbledygook about lizard people.
Okay, that one lady did talk about lizard people. I seen him transform like a lizard person. I was like, whoa, okay.
And then here we go. Trump campaigned on the list, big homies. No, he didn't. Go find me a clip of Trump talking about the Epstein list. It was all of the freaking talk show hosts that wanted clicks.
Good point. It was the MAGA pundits that was pretty much saying that.
Here we go with the racism. Y'all are fucking stupid. It was better when people like you just didn't vote. LOL.
Well, damn. What did I do? What did I do? You acting like I'm the one who got the Epstein list. If I had the Epstein list, this would have been released like last year. All right. Man, it's almost, it's crazy. They do spam the chat like release the list, like we got the list.
Exactly.
Like every MAGA, like every guy who speaks for Trump or every guy who's MAGA has the list. And we all just got a copy overnight. We're just hiding it.
And then LOL lizard people talk about moronic blind loyalty. That's literally what you said. Talk about the victims. That's what the victims said.
That's literally what the victim said, dog. We're not even like that's actually that's the thing. We listen to the victims. Y'all don't even know about other people connected to Epstein. Don't even know nothing.
He campaigned on making the border safe. He campaigned on reducing prices. He campaigned on bringing jobs to America. He campaigned on making our military strong. That's what he campaigned on, you morons. He campaigned on policies, not feelings like your buddy Kamala did. Let's steal 25% of everybody's money just because we're the government and we can. And let's give it to the people that sit on their ass and eat Takis and ho-hos.
All right, let's get back to it.
In leader Vladimir Zelensky, your moment in February, it was contentious. In retrospect, do you wish that had went differently? And has anything changed between you since then? Has your opinion changed?
You mean between my relationship with President Zelensky? I mean, look, we've had a number of conversations. They've always been positive conversations. And look, sometimes people disagree. So you ask, would I change anything? I mean, I wish that we had a blow up in the Oval Office? And
here we go again. Kash Patel, Trump, and Kash Patel's deputy director all campaigned on. I didn't realize that a political appointee that wasn't running for office can campaign on something.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Kash Patel did campaign on it, and he did say, he's the guy that came out and said that, I campaigned. I looked into it, and he said, what? There's no list. He killed himself, all this other stuff that, nobody wanted to hear.
But they want him to release something. You cannot release something that does not exist.
Or that they don't have. Because pretty much they're saying is that we don't got a list. We don't have enough evidence to prove that, he was doing human trafficking. That's pretty much what the DOJ and the FBI was telling us.
If we had the evidence to prosecute him for it, we would have prosecuted him for it.
Well, if we had the list to prosecute, had a list of people to prosecute, they'd have did it.
Yeah. There was an MLK and JFK files too. Those are exactly.
Those are out.
He did campaign on releasing the MLK and JFK files, and those are out.
Yeah, because those don't really incriminate anybody. But shout out that he released them as he said he would.
And then here we go. Pam Bondi flexed it was on her desk, and she released what was on her desk.
Even if you consider it BS, she released it. Was it wise of her to do so? No, not at all. Especially if she was, harping up about it. But she did do it.
Pam Bondi. You guys are just like, your IQ is just dropping by the minute. Stop raging. Stop raging so hard.
It's like they just want him to be guilty so bad, Monty. It's just they just can't live life without it. They just can't live life without Trump being guilty.
No, it's so crazy to me how much these people will sit up on a platform and think that they're right. They believe they're bullshit. That's why I call it.
You know what the worst part is? I'm not saying that I believe Ghislaine Maxwell, but the closest person to Epstein that we have right now said that Trump had nothing to do with that. But then
And
she's
here we
also
go
claiming
again.
that she had nothing to do with it either, and I think that's BS. But hey,
Here we go again. Why can't he release the Epstein files like he released the MLK files? Maybe if you go on the internet and just search Epstein files, you can find what they have released.
redacted like a mug, but it is released. But
So
all
is
right,
the
all right.
so is the JFK files.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I mean, bro, that's how we found out that the CIA and the Mossad has something to do with JFK's death. Like that's how we knew. It's because of it was speculated already, but the JFK file just confirmed it. All right, guys. All right, Monty. We're gonna go ahead and have to ignore the Epstein file haters. We've been on their ass for probably a good 30 minutes. That's all.
Disagree. So you ask, would I change anything? I mean, do I wish that we had had a blow up in the Oval Office in public? Not necessarily. But do I think that it actually elucidated some of the real issues of disagreement between the United States side and the Ukrainian side? Yes. And I think that was useful for the American people to see. And I think we'll continue to have these conversations. And look, there are a lot of issues of agreement between the United States and Ukraine. There are occasionally some issues of disagreement between the United States and Ukraine. And what always really bothered me about this relationship was not the Ukrainians as much as it was the American side, specifically the Democratic administration of Joe Biden. I mean, Zelensky would come to Washington. He'd leave with a $50 billion or $100 billion without any real goal, any real diplomacy, any real sense of what we were going to buy with that $100 billion. And that was always what frustrated me. Far more than Zelensky was asking for help from Washington, it was that the Biden administration had no plan for how to end the war, no real credible theory for how giving an.
And shout out my man Parabolic Curvature. He says Tom Morello thinks we should rage against Trump. Who the heck? Who the heck is Tom Morello? No, I heard the name before, but I don't. Is he a politician or some type of movie star or something like that? Like Tom Morello, like Monty. You know who that is?
Tom Morello? No.
Oh yeah, American. Oh yeah, see,
Parabolic
I knew I heard his name before. American guitarist, songwriter, and I knew it. But Rage Against Trump. I mean, of course, the artist type would say that. I mean, come on now. You know they're a rebel type. Of course, it's to their character. All right, let's keep it going. Special out Parabolic Curvature. Hey, what's up, man?
Another $100 billion would solve the problem. And it just felt like this weird money pit where we'd throw money after the problem without any real plan to solve the problem. That always really frustrated me. But look, we've had a number of good conversations, both me and the President of the United States with President Zelensky. We're going to keep on working for peace. And our goal, I think, just to step back a little bit, is very clear. And I think on this issue, we're pretty aligned with President Zelensky, even though we have some disagreements. We, of course, want to protect Ukraine's territorial integrity. We don't want Russia to conquer the entire country. We also want the killing to stop and think the war has reached a point where the Russians aren't really accomplishing anything by continuing to fight. The Ukrainians aren't really accomplishing anything. What's best for everybody, including the United States, would be to stop the killing and bring this thing to a peaceful settlement.
I want to turn to the rare mid-decade change to the congressional maps.
Sure.
Have you spoken about this with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, or Missouri's Mike Kehoe, or Ohio's Mike DeWine? And what if the GOP doesn't end up netting any seats at all because of Governor Newsom?
Well, I haven't talked to Governor DeSantis about it, though I think that he's doing a good job and he's doing the right thing in Florida, not just on the redistricting question, but he's been a very effective governor in a whole host of ways. I haven't talked to Mike DeWine recently about the redistricting fight. And you mentioned another governor.
Kehoe of Missouri.
No, I haven't talked to Governor Kehoe either. But look, all these guys, we've talked to officials in all of these places. And I think everybody understands pretty much where the White House is, which there's a fundamental question of fairness. For 10, 20, 30 years, the Democrats have aggressively gerrymandered their states. I mean, look to Massachusetts. Every year in Massachusetts, yes, it's a blue state, but about 1/3 of voters in Massachusetts vote for a Republican congressional candidate. Massachusetts has 0 Republicans. Illinois, by some measures, a very massive state, yes, a Democrat state, is the most gerrymandered state in the entire country. And then California, where Governor Newsom is threatening to gerrymander it even more, actually is already one of the worst gerrymandered states in the country. California is massive. California has millions upon millions of Republican voters every single cycle. Something like 40% of California.
Well, and they have these big, I'm gonna be real with you, these big old Republican districts that could have, I mean, if they want the gerrymander, that would give the Republicans probably 8-10 seats. If you really look at the district map of California, it is insane.
So here's the thing about California. They do a specific type of gerrymandering, which is called cracking, which is where you take big strongholds and split them all up and add them to big Democrat strongholds so that it dilutes the vote.
I agree. But the district map of California, though, is crazy. I mean, I know it.
Vote for Republicans. 18% of California federal legislators are Republicans. So our basic contention is that Democrats have rigged the game. They've made it so that even when the American people vote for Republicans, they don't necessarily get Republican congressional majorities. And so we're encouraging states like Indiana, like Missouri, like Florida to go in the other direction and to actually counterbalance that Democratic unfairness with Republicans playing a little bit of hardball. We think a lot of Republicans are gonna do.
Like, this is what I want people to realize. Like, this was from 2020, right? This is 2020. This is when Trump lost. And it was still majority. Like, you imagine these huge Republican districts. Yeah.
Let's ignore the fact that the land mass is huge, because that's an argument that can be made later. But
yeah,
what is the actual exit polls from the presidential vote? It's about 35 to 40% Republican, and 35 to 40% of something like, what is it, 40 million people that live in California? 20 million people have no representation.
But, the Dems say, oh, but democracy, it's a threat to democracy. I mean, man, you guys in California, the way y'all doing things, y'all the threat to democracy.
But, it's about population, you idiots. Do you not? Wow. Yeah, the population of California is 35% Republican, and they have 17% Republican seats.
Actually, there are states that have a large amount of Republicans who voted for Trump and have no Republican seats. States,
right?
And you can look them up right now.
You want to complain that Texas is doing something that you all have done for years. Mind you, it's completely legal to do. There's no law against it. It's been increasingly upheld by the Supreme Court that gerrymandering is legal. That there's only two rules: that the districts have to be contiguous, and that they have to you can't block out by race. It's completely legal to do, and you have done it for decades. As long as you've held power in these areas, you have done these things, and no one complained about it then. So why are you complaining when Texas does it?
Think about that, Dems. Think about that. But let's get back to the video.
Do what we think is right, and we do think that on balance, this is ultimately going to make American elections much more fair and much more credible to the American voter.
You and the president have now rebranded the One Big Beautiful Bill because, as he admitted, Americans just aren't buying it. How is changing the name going to convince the roughly 10 million Americans who will be losing health care as a result of this?
Well, what the president said yesterday is One Big Beautiful Bill is a great name for it when it's a bill, but now it's law. And now we have to actually explain to the American people, we've got to do the job of politics and actually talk to the American people what's in the bill. And the reality is, it's the biggest working families tax cut in a generation. It increases the child tax credit. It eliminates taxes on tips. I knew a lot of folks who depended on tips when I was growing up, a lot of single moms who waited tables who are now going to get a big tax cut because of this legislation. It eliminates taxes on overtimes. I know a lot of people who work those extra 10, those extra 20 hours a week. And our view is that if you're going to work all those extra hours, the federal government ought to keep its money out of your pocket. And there's a lot of other good pieces of good tax.
And shout out to my man H3I. He says, it's not right you let Monty put your listeners down, but block us from giving it back. Wait, hold on now. I think it's like H3I. You gotta understand. It's only when people get too disrespectful. I know. I'll go ahead and let Monty defend himself on that.
No, I just put him in timeout.
Who, H3I?
Yeah, no, I'm sick and tired. Like, it's over and over and over again. If you want to come up and debate me, you're more than welcome to come up and debate me. But sitting here and just spamming the chat a bunch of leftist talking point nonsense bullshit without any ideas other than what CNN has told you is not me putting you down. It's me calling out your hypocrisy, your dumbassery, And if you want to debate it, come up. This is a debate show. Debate it. Stop crying.
I mean, no, HDR, yeah, if you can come up and have a respectful debate. I know Monty seems aggressive, but you'll have a respectful debate with you, and you guys can go ahead and talk that one out. But
ask any liberal that comes up here, minus Cool Beans. Fuck that guy. Any liberal that comes up here, I am exceedingly respectful of the actual people that will debate with a head on their shoulders and know what the hell they're talking about. If you don't know what you're talking about, I'm going to tell you don't know what you're talking about. But if you can debate a point and not just say Trump's on the Epstein list, then come up and do it. But if you can't, stop crying about it.
I mean, yeah, if you could bring all your sources and all that good stuff, bro, I'll be happy to play whatever video you got, whatever article and all that good stuff you guys. Not like we're not willing to listen to you guys. It's like it does, but I don't think, and here's the thing, I'll probably give Cool Beans this one, even though he doesn't really cite his sources correctly, he at least gives me something.
I mean, yeah, but when you look into it, it's just a house of cards.
I know, right?
So it's really, I'd rather him bring nothing to the table than bring things that he thinks are true and pass them off when they're lies.
No, I feel the opposite, because then I like to show him in his face, like, bro, did you really read this? Like, look at this. You damn near proved my point. I like going through it. But all right, though. Let's keep it going. And H3IS, the platform is open to you, man. You can donate enough. Just hit the link in the post tab, and I'll be happy to host your call. But in the meantime,
what is the A dollar? Is it the Australian dollar?
Yeah, my man from Australia, like my man Galactic.
What?
Hey, a lot of Australians do not feel too kindly about America.
Okay. Are they voting for anything that's going on in America? Are they affected by anything that's going on in America? Why do you care, someone from a foreign country, what goes on in our country? That's like me saying, you know what? We need to have an opinion about Canada's politics.
Man.
We don't care what's going on in Australia. Why do Australians care about what's going on in America?
And all right, but let's keep it pushing, guys. Wait, hold on. And the parabolic curvature, what's going on, my man?
Hey, buds. How are we tonight?
It's all good.
Word. Hey, just right quick, quick, while we are talking about the gerrymandering and all that good stuff, I do want to point out that saying that any other state is more gerrymandered than, say, I don't know, fucking Mississippi is absolutely wild. Like, let's be real. They are 29% Republican, yet they hold 75% of the seats.
They're not 29% Republican.
No way.
Oh, check it. Check it, buddy.
Really?
So what were the exits? No, because Mississippi went for Trump in the 2024 election. So how are they?
Oh, yeah. So a lot of the independent voters, which there are a lot of in Mississippi, went for Trump. But as far as registered Republicans, only 29%.
So that's kind of disingenuous to say something like that, because it doesn't matter what an independent is.
Independent means that they can go either way.
Yeah, I'm registered as an independent just so I can vote in Democratic primaries in my state. And so that doesn't mean I'm an independent. That means I'm a Republican that wants, the freedom to vote.
Okay, but then you turn to states like California or Illinois and you're like, oh, look how many Republican voters there are. And you say the opposite thing?
All right. Hold on now. Here's the thing, though. In the 2024 elections, it went 61% Trump, 37% Harris. So,
I 100% agree with that. But as far as when we're just talking about the numbers of Republican voters, which is what you guys were talking about just a moment ago, right? In California, right? The numbers don't match. We have plenty of independents that run in Mississippi. Why aren't more independents getting elected, right?
Because it's more of a GOP held state.
Yeah, it's like you cannot run on a
three-party system. So it's just a GOP state whenever it's a red state, but whenever it's a blue state, it's gerrymandered. Guys, you're being disingenuous here. Both of y'all know this.
Come on,
no, that's not disingenuous to say that if you're going to complain about gerrymandering and have examples of gerrymandering in the Democratic Party.
I would say this. We're not saying that. We're saying that, dog.
Okay,
when there's a population, when there's a population over 10% who votes for GOP,
illegally gerrymandered.
No, parabolic. Look, when there's a population that votes 10%, over 10% for the GOP, and they have no seats representing them, that's what we're talking about. That's it. Like, we're not saying that every blue state is gerrymandered.
Okay, well, again, what I'm saying is that there are states that have found to be illegally gerrymandered, and I'm telling you right now, I haven't even looked this up.
Give me an
Not a one
example
of
of
them
that.
blue
Give me an
states.
example of that.
Not a one of them. Mississippi, July 2024.
How is it illegally gerrymandered?
It literally
gerrymandered
was
by race?
found to be illegally gerrymandered.
No.
What do you
Answer
mean?
the
Just look it up.
No, you know the answer. I don't. How
I
is
got
it
you.
found to be
1 second. One second. I'll just go back to it because I was on voter fucking.
Because there's only one way that I know that it can be illegal, or two ways. If they're not contiguous, or if they specifically use race as the primary reason and cannot back it up with any other reason, like that. Those are the rules. Just because a judge finds something doesn't mean that that's necessarily illegal.
And here's the thing: the GOP still won it in 2020 with 57 voted for Trump and 41.1 voted for Biden, and that's 2020 for Alabama. Well, my bad, Alabama, Mississippi.
What's the representation in Mississippi, and how many people are in Mississippi?
I mean, don't give me all that info, but I can go look it up.
No, the population of Mississippi is like 1/10 of what the population is in California. So yeah, you're gonna see
like
you
2.9 million
per 100,000 as easily as you can in other states where they gerrymander.
Yeah, like they're like 2.9 million, basically 3 million people in Mississippi.
How many electoral votes does Mississippi get? Because that's how you can see what the population is of the state compared to other states. Is how many electoral votes they get, or how many representatives they have.
Yeah, no, I know what
I'm pretty sure it's a low number.
So again, let's start with these states that have already been found to be illegally gerrymandered. Instead of saying, "Oh, California," even though we have no actual proof, no federal courts have ruled it to be so. Let's start with California, right? Not Mississippi, that has already been found to be illegally gerrymandered, or Louisiana, or Alabama. All three of these states.
And what color are those states, by the way, just for the record?
Oh, great. Yes, because that is my exact point, Monty. They're all red. Every single one of them, the red states have been gerrymandered to hell.
Right.
That's
And
my fucking point.
Okay, so how many Democrats are disenfranchised by your claim that they're being gerrymandered? Because I'm gonna point out your apples to oranges argument in a second.
Actually, here's the thing: are there any red states that do not have any Democratic representative?
Or are you saying that my vote doesn't matter, Monty?
No, I'm not saying your vote doesn't matter. I asked you a question.
I'm disenfranchised. Me, right here.
How many?
All you need is one. All you need is one.
Okay, so the 20 million that are in California mean a lot more to me than the 200,000 of over the three states that you just mentioned.
Exactly what I'm trying to tell you. You're putting these numbers over the actual issue at hand, right?
No, numbers matter. Numbers matter.
Okay, so they do, but not in the way that you're trying to make them matter.
No, how do they not matter?
I said they matter. Monty, don't get my words twisted. They matter, but not in the way you're trying to make them, right? What we're talking about is representation, right? Representation of certain people.
Be honest with yourself, because there's 435 representatives in this country. How many of those representatives lie in those three states? I'll give you three states. How many representatives are in those three states? Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana.
I believe there are 9 between them. I'm sorry. No. My bad. No,
there's 9.
No. That's my bad. Mississippi has 4. Louisiana has 5, I think. And this is off the top of my head. And I think Alabama also has 4. So actually, and I can 13, right?
So 12 or 13. Okay, I'll give you that. California has 40. So when I say numbers,
100%
matter,
agree with you.
And when I say numbers matter, and you're not being disenfranchised because you live in a predominantly overrun Republican state, there's a difference between saying, "Oh, 40,000 people didn't get representation," where
2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes.
20 million people did not get representation. That does matter. The small little sliver of a solid red state is not apples to oranges in an almost 50-50 blue state.
All right, guys. Let's go ahead and move on with the conversation on this note. And
right.
shout out to you guys.
Agree to disagree, but we'll go ahead.
Hey, shout out for that one. Now, shout out to my man H3I. I am no leftist, he says. And shout out to my man Hellbad. He says leftist media in Aussie is worse than America. For your information, I can believe that. And shout out to my man H3I coming in again. Why do I care about what happens in America? Iraq. Okay.
What does that have to do with Australia?
I'm not sure, but I'm thinking this might be him right here. I'm not sure. Yo, Daniel, are you H3I? Just let me know. Actually, yo, Daniel, what's going on?
Hey, I wanted to ask, do you think people should be deported for coming here illegally?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so people should be sent to El Salvador or Ghana, whatever country Trump decides to send them to. They should be sent there for coming here illegally.
It's not Trump that's deciding it, but continue. Yes, I do believe if they've claimed asylum from the country that they're coming to, they probably shouldn't go back to the country that they've claimed asylum to if it's so bad that they need to flee that country. So yeah, they should go to a different country. But continue.
Okay, so do you realize that coming here illegally is a misdemeanor?
It doesn't matter. It's a crime, and they've already committed the crime as soon as they walk in the door. And yeah, no, I don't.
Okay.
I will put Americans on a higher pedestal than people that are not supposed to be here. Yes. And for your information, the first time that it happens, you're right, it is a misdemeanor. The second time it happens, it's actually a felony.
So should you be sent to Ghana for shoplifting?
If I'm an American citizen, no. I am. I'm not an illegal immigrant. I haven't
But
already.
let's say
broken
you
the
was
law.
in Ghana shoplifting and they catch you, then yeah, you should be sent back to America.
Yeah, if you go to any other country and violate the laws of their land, yeah, you will get
Stop
arrested.
avoiding the question. Stop avoiding the question. If
No,
you
it's
are
not
a
another country. I'm
if
different,
you
though.
are an American citizen and you are caught shoplifting, should you be sent to a foreign country for the crime, which is a misdemeanor?
You should be sent to your country's prison because you're a citizen of that country.
So you admit that
I didn't
if
admit
someone is
anything. I
caught
disagreed with what
committing
you
a
said.
crime, they should be sent to a country that is their country for committing a crime.
Unless they've claimed asylum from that country and don't want to go back there, they're not going to stay here because they committed a crime and said, "Oh, I don't want to go back to that country."
And Daniel, I think you're a little bit like, usually when we send these guys to different countries is because they don't want to go back to their own.
They don't want to go back. They don't want to go back.
Okay,
That's the only reason why we
are
even that
people being sent to foreign countries? Someone comes here
because in cases
from
like
South
Kilgore Garcia,
someone
no, in
coming
cases
here
like
from
Kilgore
South
Garcia,
America
he
is
claimed,
getting
hold on. In cases like Kilgore Garcia, he claimed that there was, hold on, Monty. In cases like Kilgore Garcia, he claimed that if you send me back to El Salvador, there's going to be people there to hurt me. The government said, okay, so we can't send you back there. We got to send you somewhere else. So that's the only reason why. Huh? Monty, what's up?
No, I was saying that's an accommodation that the federal government makes. It's not oh, actually, you know what? Fuck you. We're going to send you somewhere where you have no idea where you're going. No, it's an accommodation made by the federal government that they don't have to make, for the record. They could send him back to El Salvador because that's where he's from and say, screw, your problems are not my problems. But instead, they're like, all right, let's find another country for you to go to. What countries do we have agreements that we can send you to?
Now, sorry, Daniel, for muting you, but you really wasn't letting us answer. But go ahead.
So you're saying if you got convicted of a crime and you weren't happy being sent to a United States prison, you got to choose which prison you got to sent to.
You don't get to choose what prison you get sent to. You get to choose what country.
So what the fuck are you saying? You just said that you could, if you're afraid of being sent to a prison in fucking South America, you could
being deported to South America. Being deported.
To the words that are coming out of my mouth. You do not get to choose which prison you go to. You get to say, hey, this one specific country that I fled from, I don't want to go there. Please find something else for me. You don't get to. beggars can't be choosers. If you say, I don't want to go there, you don't get any veto power on where you go. You're going to prison because you committed a crime.
Okay. So fuck the police, kill yourself. Also, fuck you.
Bye.
Okay, Daniel. Have a good night.
Wah, 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 wah. Like,
Well, that
no
was
logic is
hilarious.
applied there. Parabolic could have done a better job fucking ripping that argument apart. That was easy.
I'm crying, but I will admit, bro, you wasn't trying to listen. I guess you're trying to go for a gotcha moment, and you kind of missed the point because you're talking about prison. We're talking about deportation. Kilmar Garcia, I know where he was going with this. Kilmar Garcia said, if you take me back there, somebody will hurt me. Okay, that's fine. We'll send you somewhere else. That's not us that's being cruel to them.
The best gotcha you can get is if you start making me sweat. I did that while I was sipping on a Dr. Pepper. I didn't even have to think about what he was saying. I knew where he was going with everything because it's just propaganda.
Yo, speaking of sweating, how much do you think Pam Bondi is sweating waiting till Kilmar's actual trial date since they decided to go through with it?
Heavily,
I don't think she's sweating at all. I think this is going to be a slam dunk case. I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, right, my guy.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to give a parabolic. I'm like, she's sweating because, like, bro, y'all better have everything right, or this is gonna be like one of the biggest stains on the Trump administration. One of the biggest.
She has a lot to lose politically if she loses this case, and as she should.
Right.
You shouldn't just be able to rile up people's life and not have anything to do with it.
Dude, I swear to God, if all they come out with is a couple of traffic tickets, then I am going to laugh. I'm coming to this party and I'm laughing for 10 minutes straight, and y'all will let me, okay?
Okay.
Hey, Loki, we got to give it to you.
On a moral note, I agree with that sentiment. On how it looks to the public, how it feels. On that note, I will completely agree with you and be like, that is kind of shitty. They threw all of this at the water, and the worst they got is 75 and a 55 to stick.
And let's be clear, also drug his name through the mud to the media. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah, good point.
If he gets found innocent of it, I think he should do the same thing that we all agree Trump should do and sue the fucking pants off of him.
Yeah, because let's be real, human trafficker, pedo, wife beater. Okay, well, come on, now we did do him dirty.
That's a lot of things. If none of those, I'm not saying all of them because there's.
Well, we already know the wife beater ain't true because she literally said they got in a heated argument and she called the cops just to be safe because she had already been in a relationship where she was beat and nothing actually came of that.
Nah, bro, it was exactly what she wrote it in her handwriting, though. You come on now, dog. She wrote it in her handwriting.
She said that she was in fear for her life. That's how you get that affidavit of protection order. That you have,
and there was witnesses,
and there were witnesses. Like
yes,
she either lied
and again, she did that. Okay. So, what's the more reasonable thing? You were in a relationship that was bad, and you want to make sure that even if there's like maybe say he threw a lamp across the fucking room, and she got really scared that was going to happen again. This domestic abuse would happen again, right? Well, if it's his lamp, it's actually not assault. That's not true.
Okay, I mean,
right. Anyways, you don't have
to hit him.
No. So if you're throwing something in anger, as long as you're not throwing it at them, no, it's not assault.
No, yeah, if you're not throwing it at them, yeah, no. But if you're
no, what I'm saying is like just threw it, right? So like, or like threw a remote on the floor in anger, or threw a remote across the. You see what I'm saying? And she was like, "Oh my god!" And then she calls the cops. She gets a restraining order. They talk it out. She's like, "Okay, well, I just wanted to, do this to make sure I was safe." She was in a domestic situation before, an actual heavy domestic relationship before. So let's just be clear about that. And then she said her own words that it was an overreach from her. She was making sure she was safe.
Then why isn't she in jail for making a false police report?
It's not false if you truly believe it to be at the time.
All right, guys, let's go ahead. Hold on.
So what's more likely? What actually happens more in the United States? Is it the woman is just lying, or she recants her story.
It's not about lying, man. So you're sitting there trying to say that she's lying, and I'm telling you she's not lying in either case. And what I'm telling you is she was in a bad situation before. She overreached, saying, okay, I think I might be in trouble and that I might get physically harmed if you guys don't show up. The police report was filed. The restraining order was given. It was then redacted because they made up and she was like, hey, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't going to hurt me. He did not hurt her in that entire thing. You can read the report. He did not hurt her.
I read it, and he said she definitely said that he was aggressive towards her, But I mean, I could pull it up.
Oh, yes. Now, where was that? Where did that get physical? Tell me. Besides grabbing her,
grabbing her is
physical. No, man.
Oh my God! Oh yes, because I've never grabbed at anyone ever. Yes.
I don't know if you want to be making this position.
Don't make these claims. You're making yourself.
I am telling you that in a heated situation, you've never expressed the dad hand to someone. You never grabbed their shoulder, like, listen, man, I need you to stop.
Hold on. Let me go ask my wife. Hey, have I ever grabbed you when I got mad?
When you're mad? No.
Thank you. Have I ever been aggressive towards you when I get mad?
I mean, that's the thing. It's just
but
like,
yes. Thank you. People don't do that.
It's not about physicality, man. Again. So if he's a much larger person and she's a much smaller person, and she's been in a physical abuse situation, like an actual assault situation, she is going to be rather safe than sorry and call the cops and make sure that if she is going to be assaulted, she's not, right? Is that not logical, right?
I mean, I get assaulted on a regular basis at work, and you don't see me calling the cops every fucking 10 minutes.
You definitely should, because that is, again, just like we're noting, if it's assault, right?
Yeah, but that's the prosecutor in your area to actually give a shit.
Yeah.
Liberal ass area, nobody does.
Okay, and that's just assuming that every single person who's going to come help you in that situation is some liberal ass or whatever. But okay, sure, whatever you want to say.
Matter who's
I'm talking
helping.
about how the law works, right?
Yeah,
right.
The law
how
works
the law works. They they file the police report. Okay, so oh God, I'm not trying to get into hypotheticals or
hypotheticals. This is actually what happens. This is why we talk about crime.
The way to describe this best is to describe to you part of my life story. But I'm telling you that a woman might call the cops in fear for her life, even if you are not physically assaulting them.
So that's the definition of assault, Parabolic, is putting somebody in threat of life or limb. He assaulted her if he did that.
Of life or limb.
Yes.
Having a verbal altercation is not life or limb. However, it could be perceived. Hold on. No. You said that. Now, it could be perceived by the party in which is calling for the assault that they have been assaulted. It could be perceived that way. However, definitionally, yelling at someone is not assault.
If you actually, the way the law is written,
if they're fighting words, yes, you're right. They are. That is assault. However, you would have to prove that they were fighting words.
What? So my point in all of this is that he assaulted her based off of the statutory definition of what she, because it is a subjective definition. It's you have to feel in threat of your life or limb. Actually, the cops out here will ask you, "Hey, did you feel that your life or property or limb?"
And initially she did, and later she thought about it. And she's like, "I was never really in any danger, so I should retract that now that I've had time to calm down and think about this."
And if I may interject,
that's not lying. That's just rethinking the situation.
All right, now I do have to place this in here. If you are going through any domestic violence issue, please call domestic violence hotline.
Absolutely.
And also, shout out to my man H3I. Why do I care about what happens 100%. In America? He does say Iraq, but he goes in a little bit deeper into that explanation. He says, I'm an Arab. I care about what America does to my people.
Your people are the ones from Australia, not.
Well, I will say that the things that America does affects the world stage, and we all know that, right?
Yeah.
We all are aware of that. That's at least one reason why someone from another country would be saying, "Hey, what's going on in America?"
Good point. I'll be honest. We do have a
That
presence on the
doesn't mean
world.
they get any stage to say anything about it.
Yeah, I give anybody the same stages I would give. I mean, it seems like
About issues that affect
that
our
is.
country.
And hold on, now I do got to address his other super chat here. He says Trump let that pedo run to Israel. Explain that. No, not Trump. It was his attorney general who let that happen. So yes, Israeli got caught up in a pedophile FBI drug ring, and they let this guy go to Israel, and it was his attorney general that let him go to Israel, and now they're trying to get him back. Wow.
Tax news for
But let's keep it going, guys. Let's keep it going.
American people, that we just got to talk about it. We got to make sure that people are aware what's actually in this legislation, because I think when they realize what's in it, they're going to be very gratified that their federal government is working for them. And the most important thing is we're making it easier to build a business, to create a job, to work a job in the United States of America, while simultaneously punishing people for building businesses overseas. We want to invest and save and build things in America and reward people for doing so. But if you're going to build a factory in some foreign country, that's what the tariffs do. The tariffs actually penalize you for building overseas, while the working family's tax cut rewards you for building something here in the United States of America. And I think it's part of a whole economic agenda that finally puts the federal government back on the side of American workers and back on the side of American businesses. So I don't think it's you asked about the healthcare question. So if you actually look at what we've done on rural healthcare, we inherited a country where the rural healthcare system in this country was completely falling apart because the Biden administration had chronically underinvested in it. Thanks to the working families tax bill, we put billions of dollars into rural healthcare that's going to solidify some of these rural healthcare systems. And the only people who are going to lose access to federal healthcare benefits are two groups. Number one, people who refuse to even look for a job. And number two, people who don't have the legal right to be in this country, illegal aliens. I happen to think that if you won't even look for a job and you're in this country illegally, you should not receive federal health care benefits. That is a principled disagreement with our Democratic friends, but it's a disagreement and it's something I think the American people support. And I think they're on our side, again, especially when they learn what's in this legislation that's going to help them out.
As vice president, you're a heartbeat away from the presidency. And your boss is one of the oldest people to ever be sworn into office.
So hold on,
You're one
hold
of the
on,
youngest
guys. Hold
people to
on,
ever be
hold on,
second in
hold on,
line.
hold on.
Are you ready?
What's up?
So they completely gut rural health care in the big beautiful bill, and then they come back and they give money back in a different bill. Doesn't that just seem ineffective and inefficient?
Well, they put $25 billion there in the first place, and the Dems were still complaining. So they were like, all right, we'll give another $25 billion. And I was like, okay, we're cool now. I'm like, all right.
They're not, and parabolic, they're not gutting rural health care. They're taking away the ability to leech off the system and not pull your own. That's what they're
So
gutting.
who primarily benefits from Medicare and Medicaid?
Well, Medicare, older people. Medicaid,
No.
low income.
Who do they pay?
Sorry, what?
Who do they pay?
Primarily, rural hospitals are funded by the Medicare and Medicaid patients that come in to see them, and then they are reimbursed by the U.S. government. So yes,
Oh, I
with
see.
the big beautiful
I
bill,
love this argument. Go ahead, continue your
with
point.
the
I'm
big
sorry.
beautiful bill and cutting of the Medicare and Medicaid, yes, absolutely, there was rural funding cut for those hospitals. That is 100% truth, right?
Do you know that the Medicare
There was
reimbursement
also
rate has not increased in 25 years?
Yes.
So
yes.
no, they're not. Yeah. So those patients are charity cases. The hospital takes losses on those patients. That's
Dog,
why.
Monty, you're trying to be a paramedic or an EMT?
Yes. And
Nah, dog. Well, where you at?
Why does it matter?
because I never
I'm
want to be
in.
around you. I never want to be around you to be in my healthcare.
Hold on.
If you think
Let
people
me
are charity cases, then you are the exact wrong person to be taking care of people.
Oh, the person that's willing to give charity to people that can't afford it? Yeah, I'm the wrong person to be doing something that I know is right. Okay.
You literally calling people who you are trying to help charity cases is the wrong mentality.
I mean,
What
hold
is
on
it? So
now. Are they
if I'm
not?
not getting hold on. So by definition, what is charity?
What?
By definition, what is charity?
So, we're about
No.
to go
Answer
into
the question.
definition. No,
Answer
no,
that
I
question.
got you. All right. Here, I got you. I will 100% answer it for you. Charity is where you give to someone else who is less
Mhm.
fortunate. A
Right.
case is a situation, right?
Right.
So you
Yep.
give to someone else in a less fortunate situation, a
Yep.
charity case. That is by definition what that is.
Yes.
Sure.
Yep.
But whenever you say it, Monty, and whenever everyone else says it, and you know, and I know that you are being demeaning. And
No,
you
I'm
know
not.
that.
All right.
No, I'm
Now
not
that's
being
come
demeaning.
on now.
I'm
That's an
pointing
assumption.
out. I'm pointing out what you're talking about. You were
Saying the
talking about
word
rule.
charity
No,
case in
no.
any sense by referring to people is
Hold on.
demeaning.
Here we go.
I mean,
No, it's
That
isn't it
is
not.
his duty to
So
be a charity case to the people?
It's my duty to give anybody healthcare services regardless of their ability to pay. That doesn't mean that I can't recognize when the company that's doing the service is not going to get paid for it. That is the definition of charity. The individual cases make them charity cases. I can see that with my own eyes because I understand how the system works because again, I have worked in healthcare and I have worked in rural hospitals. I primarily worked in rural hospitals. I understand the only time that a company, I'm not speaking for my specific practice, but when a
Got you.
company gets excited about a patient, it's because they have private health care because they know they're going to get paid for the work that they're worth. They're going to be able to pay my bills. I am not particularly performing charity because I get paid no matter who I take. So I have no incentive to treat someone badly or to treat someone demeaning or however you want to put it.
I
I
didn't say you
don't care.
treated them like that. I said you looked at them that way. And I would
That's
not
not.
want someone
It's,
to like just for instance, right? I'm over at a friend's house, and this is what I was talking about analogies
yeah.
and things. Like you have to be able to. I'm at a friend's house. They're in a bad situation. Their house is a
hmm
goddamn mess. And somehow or another, they're fucking also a slob. They have a gun. I'm moving through their house. The gun fires and it hits me. Right. I am now
Okay.
in a fucked up looking house. Right.
Yep.
You walk in. Right. All you know is this dude was shot in a messed up looking house. Right. Now you
That
look
affects
around and
nothing.
you're like,
I'll
this dude looks like a charity case. And I'm gonna be
No,
real
it
with
does
you.
not.
That
No,
type of
no. You
person
don't get to put.
will
You don't
not
get to put
fly
thoughts
with
in
me.
my head. You don't get to put thoughts in my head. I did not say that.
Saying that people are leeching off the system, saying that people are charity cases is a
Does nothing.
mentality that you have, right?
Hmm. No, you're again. You're putting words into my mouth.
No,
If I
you
see,
literally said
no,
people are leeching
stop.
off the system.
You
People
want to know
are
my
charity cases.
honest?
Those
You
are
want to know my
literal words
honest
that
take?
you said.
Hold on.
Go back and
You want?
fucking play the clip right now.
I know what I said and I know what I mean. So you don't get to say what I mean. I get to say what I mean.
I just
If
said
there's
what you
any
said. I didn't say anything
if
about what you
there's
mean.
any confusion, you should let me clear it up because I'm the one that said it.
Our job is putting our implicit biases to the side.
Exactly.
I
Literally.
agree. I agree. But what I am telling you is that to sit there and just say, oh, there's a whole bunch of charity cases. There's a whole bunch of
There
people
are.
who are
That's
leeching off the
recognizing
system.
fact. That's
That's not
recognizing fact.
necessarily, unless you can sit there and point out a majority of people or even a half of people or even 25%
You
of
want me to
people
point out
who
the
are on
majority
the
of people?
actual.
Let me make this argument full circle now since we're
Go
going
ahead.
in circles. The argument is that those rural healthcare systems are treating charity cases and they're not getting paid for the services that they're putting out and they're taking losses. Medicare and Medicaid has not been readdressed in 25 years. So when a Medicare or Medicaid patient comes in, the hospital as an institution, not the people providing care, understand
that they're not going to make any money off that patient that's going to sustain the hospital for the next round of patients that come in. That's what I mean by a charity case. They're doing the work regardless.
They get
They're
paid,
taking
but just not in excess, is what you're saying.
no, they're not, no, they take losses. Do you know how much it actually costs to run an ER? The ER is actually the deficit of the hospital system. The ER is what
Indeed.
holds the hospital back from
Indeed.
actually providing better health
I
care to
agree with you.
people.
Too many people go to the ER. 100%.
No, it's not about too many people going to the ER. Too many people that cannot pay go to the ER because it's free, because we do the moral thing. But also recognizing that you take losses on it, I think that makes it more of a noble cause than
I
anything.
don't mind that people can't pay. That's my point, Monty.
So as a practitioner, I don't either. When I see you shot in your friend's house, you know what honest to goodness, you know what I see? Oh man,
And
I get
you
to
think the hospitals and the insurance
nope,
companies
nope.
should care?
What? No, that's not what I said. Do you want to know what I think when I walk into someone's house and they're shot? Oh man, I get to practice my skills as a professional. This
Great.
is going to be a
Awesome.
good case to practice
Awesome.
on.
So now again, we're going to go full circle. You're talking about the idea that these healthcare providers, like the over ones, like the ones in the accounting
The bean
departments, the
counters.
ones.
The bean counters. Yeah, the ivory
Yes.
tower
So
fuckwads.
what
Yes.
you're saying is that they're only excited whenever non-Medicaid patients come in. So now isn't that a problem?
I mean, it's a
Shouldn't all
problem.
cases be treated with the
They are.
same amount of
They-
respect and care? Shouldn't they also be priced the same?
Buddy, they are. In fact, people that have good insurance are actually charged more so that they can make up the deficits in the Medicare and Medicaid patients.
Yeah, 100%. And what I'm telling you is that they shouldn't be charged more. And
So the
that the
hospital should just
people,
take a loss and go out of business, is what you're saying.
I believe that the losses come a lot of times from the places where you get, your medicines from, your equipment from, right?
Oh
These
yeah.
are
So
all
that has
places that
nothing
are
to do with the
super
hospitals that
secret.
you're trying to paint as evil.
I'm not saying the hospitals are evil. I'm saying the system itself is designed to make the person at the bottom seem as though they are a leech whenever they aren't. They are someone in need who is trying to get help.
So it's someone in need that has not contributed what other people have contributed to the system
They
that are going
deserve
to
the
take
same health
more.
care as everybody else.
They're
Yes.
going to
Yes,
take
Monty.
more than the person that even contributed, and they're going to get better service than the person that contributed because you
That's
can't.
awesome.
No, that's not awesome. You should get what you pay for.
I disagree. I don't think that you should have to pay to live.
Well,
So who's supposed to make it so that you live when you sit there and destroy your body and eat junk food all day?
That's a whole different conversation about the food industry. And at the very least, I'll give old Bobby Kennedy or whatever his name is. I'll give him
Robert?
his dues on that. Right. He is trying to clean up the system over there. Right. I don't
Right.
agree with
The
him about
systemic cause of
vaccinations.
obesity, of
Right.
heart disease, of the main comorbidities that plague our hospital systems, and the people that I'm
So
talking
that's a
about.
good thing he's doing. I'm going to give him credit all day, every day where it's due. Right
At
now,
least you will.
again, the anti-vax thing, right? Not going to give him credit for that because that is just harmful. But for the cleaning up our our cereals and now the milk thing is a little much, but for that I'll give him credit all day, every day. But that's a different issue.
So
I'm
my
talking about just
point
the
is
prescription price for drugs, right? The amount of money that costs to actually buy equipment, right? Which
So
is
you should.
ridiculous.
Yep.
And
So
all of
what
these
did Trump
things
just
are
do about
linked
preferred pricing?
between the insurance companies, the hospitals, and the providers, the pharmaceutical companies, and the medical equipment companies. Those between those four, the government needs to come in and regulate them better, right? Not
Because they're
just
not
take away
regulated
funding
enough.
and then throw a little bit of money in a specific area that they think that is good, right? I'm talking about actually regulating the actual pharmaceutical companies, actually
Can I answer your
regulating
question?
the insurance companies.
So do you not think by saying, you know what, we're not just going to allow these companies to charge whatever the hell they want. Now they have to be more competitive because the hospitals are going to have less money to just throw at these issues, because that's all that happens. When the hospital gets more money, they're like, okay, I'm going to buy some things. And then the people that manufacture these things is like, ha, psych, we're just going to raise our prices because we know you're getting more money.
Yeah. So again, these are all issues to be addressed, right? I believe
But your
you're
addressing
trying to
of them
talk.
is saying it's a bad thing.
I'm telling you that every single one of these departments that you're talking about, like the hospital department, the pharmaceutical department, the food regulation departments, all of these need to be regulated better, right?
Right.
100%. And
So what's the best way to regulate other than with the dollar?
My solution, this is just my thoughts, since we're about 2 generations ahead in military, right? We cut our military spending down to solely troops and maintenance for about 10 years, and work on fixing our actual our school systems, our
Hold on,
social
hold on. Let
systems,
me stop you.
and
Let me stop you right there, because you're talking about pieces of the pie that you're misrepresenting how big the piece of the military pie is. You do understand that we spend almost 1.5 times on healthcare than we do on the military.
yeah, no, I'm suggesting that
So
we spend even more.
what is cutting?
I'm
What is it
suggesting we
cutting
spend
it
even
down?
more.
No, because you said take from the pie. That's your idea for this. Cut it down to maintenance and paying the troops, which is a lot more than what you're thinking it is. Because
No,
in
I
order,
went and looked at it. I went and looked at it. It is a good amount of their funds is those two things. But it's still just about 58%.
so 58, so 700 billion or 800 billion. Let's take half of that. Let's just say it's
Yeah, about
50-50.
350 million or
So
billion rather.
billion, right? So let's add that to the healthcare industry. Now you're at, instead of 1.8 trillion, you're
No.
at
We're not just adding it in
2.3.
pure numbers. So Monty, you're getting it twisted. I'm not just adding pure numbers, right? I'm taking that money out. I'm hiring people specifically with the idea and the mentality of we're going to go into the pharmaceutical industry. We're going to go into the insurance industry. We're
And how did
going
that work
to
in the
look.
homeless epidemic? How did that work in the you wanted to hire people that were supposed to get rid of homelessness. Now their jobs are defined on keeping homelessness a problem.
I 100% agree with you, but there are also people whose job it was to regulate between the insurance companies and the hospitals, but their actual incentive is to keep the insurance getting as much money as possible,
Yeah,
so they
so
get the
you
a good
just
amount
proved my point.
of
You
their
just
profit.
proved my point. Regulating it more does nothing, because they're going to find ways
Because
around
those
it.
are again, these are the private entities, right? So this is when I'm talking about as a government regulation, right? As opposed to a private industry, is a government regulation to both
That says what?
cut
How
spending
big is that
for.
bill going to be?
So if you cut the amount of money that you have to pay for all these drugs and this equipment and the various other things that is needed to run these hospitals, you will more than exceed the amount of money that it would cost to have a department like that.
So doing things like saying we're going to get preferred nation pricing, where we're only going to pay what the lowest payer pays, isn't an example of that?
So I'm 100% down with that. I also believe that the
But on
Republicans
top
do
of
not
that,
give Joe Biden his credit for putting the drug spending section into the Inflation Reduction Act, right? Because people talk about, oh, Trump negotiated this drug price, negotiated that drug price. What gave him the ability to do that? The IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act.
okay, so either way, giving people less money to waste, it literally does the opposite of what you're saying. It is not going to shut down rural hospitals. In fact, what it's going to
In
do,
private sectors, it
no, stop
does.
it, I'm talking. I let you get your point across. I haven't been able to get this point across yet. The stopping them from just willfully spending on whatever the hell, because the money's there, and if they don't spend it, the money goes away, all that does is decrease the budget in which they have to do more with. So you have, so many things that you have to buy, and the company, everybody knows where you're getting the money from. The insurance companies know where you're getting the money from. The pharmaceutical industry knows where you're getting the money from. The Gizmo Maker 5000 Medline, I'll just call Medline out on this because they're the biggest Medline, Striker.
I wasn't going to call out any specific company.
Oh no, I'll call them out all day long because I actually care about the problem. I mean, I'm not saying you don't care about the problem. I'm talking about our politicians that like to
I'd just say that I think there's about 4 more that you could have named.
Trust me, I know all of them. But Medline and Stryker are the biggest offenders. Same thing with like Samsung and Toshiba with the imaging equipment.
Yeah.
So taking that money away from them to just spend, because they're going to spend their budgets no matter what, right? Now, if you say, hey, I'm your customer and everybody else that's been affected by this is your customer, either you lower your prices or we just don't buy from you and we'll just maintain our equipment through third-party distributors and you're not going to get any of the money from it. Well, Toshiba, Stryker, Medline, all of these different companies, Epic, that gives out the software, are going to be like, well, the fleece was nice, but maybe now we should stop, worrying about making multi-trillions of dollars. They're going to sell the same equipment for a lower price. It's the same argument that we have with tariffs that people do not understand. You have to lower your price to sell to the consumers that have the money right now to buy it. That's how you lower costs. You don't just put regulations in, because you can price freeze drugs. You can price freeze equipment. You can do all of that. And I at heart, I agree with that. I think in practice, this is what's actually doing the price freezing.
All right, guys. All right. We'll go ahead and end the argument right there, guys. That was definitely an epic argument. I definitely enjoyed it. All right, let's get right back into it. And we're just going to get into the next video because, like I said, JD Vance had himself a nice little media run. All right, let's get into it.
President, it's great to see you here.
Good to see you, man.
Mid-City Steel, La Crosse, Wisconsin, the middle of America, to celebrate the big, beautiful bill.
Of course. Yeah, we're thrilled to be here. And this is one of these businesses, a steel manufacturer, employs a lot of good people, uses a lot of technology. So people, I think, sometimes assume that manufacturing is sort of old, dirty, doesn't use technology.
Man, hold on. Sorry. I almost forgot my man Vladstein Super Chat. He said, who the F names their kid Kilmar? Hopefully there's a meaningful translation to that.
Good business is an example of leaning into American investment, American innovation. Obviously, the people here have great jobs. And, you know my story, Will, but I grew up in a town where we were shedding manufacturing jobs because stupid decisions.
Hey, can I just give my wife the mic for a minute so she can explain what she was trying to tell me? Because it goes to the point that I was just trying to make about not that charity cases are just this horrible leech on society, but it does have a real world impact on how services are triaged, how services are spread around.
And your wife's a nurse, so all right, ma'am, you have the floor.
Yeah, she's a nurse that works in one of these evil hospitals.
Yeah, so during one of my hospital committee meetings, we actually were able to sit down with one of our finance managers, and she explained where we are losing money. And of course, equipments and supplies and whatnot is a huge loss. But other than that, the biggest loss was Medicaid and Medicare patients, because we don't get reimbursed worth shit for them. And then followed by that was just patients that don't have insurance, that don't pay the bills. Because let's face it, if you don't have anything, medical, it's horrifically expensive and they gouge you for it. But the only reason that we can keep our heads above water is private insurance patients. That's what's keeping our lights on, and why we are able to take care of people with Medicaid, Medicare, don't have insurance, don't have anything.
But can I ask you before you get off the mic?
Yeah, go for it.
Which one's higher?
Medicaid or Medicare?
No, the Medicaid, Medicare over the drugs and the equipment?
But Medicaid, Medicare patients are the ones that take those drugs.
It's kind of hard to compare because that's apples and oranges. If you look at just the equipments and supplies, that's a loss no matter what. We can't itemize. Yeah, we can't itemize how much money we're getting back for say, this new EKG machine. It's hard to monetize that,
But
but
you're
we can
agreeing
say
that
how
that
much.
every single piece of equipment, every single thing is a full loss, and then these patients sometimes are at a loss, right?
No,
I
not
mean,
sometimes, all the time. The
it's
Medicare
not.
patient is always a loss.
It's a full loss up front because, we buy a new MRI machine for $10 million. We're not getting that back right away, but every scan that we do, we're going to get reimbursed for it, and eventually it will be profitable. It's just hard to say. It depends on patient volume, depends on patient type. Yeah.
Yeah.
How much we're getting reimbursed for each scan. We're going to get more money back for a private pay or a private insurance patient.
But even you would agree that negotiating lower drug prices, negotiating lower equipment costs would be a beneficial thing and would probably make
Only
it
for
to
the
where,
hospital.
and I'm not saying let's just say you take them down by 20%, right? Does that cover the amount that keeps you up your head above water in your hospital? I would probably think so.
So negotiating better costs, the hospital's doing that on a regular basis, but it's not something that should be regulated. We see what happens with socialized medicine in other countries, and it's a freaking disaster.
I mean,
No one
Switzerland
gets
does
the.
it,
Yeah,
Norway
then
does
nobody
it.
does.
They're
You're
not in a
waiting months,
disaster.
years for life-saving things that you're never going to get because every single person is in the hospital, which
Again,
is unfortunate.
Switzerland,
But
that doesn't happen. Norway, that doesn't happen. Australia, that doesn't happen, right?
so in
And
countries and areas that have much smaller populations, it's not going to happen. Shocker.
okay, but it's happening in rural places here.
No, it's not happening in rural places here. I'm gonna take the mic back now. So what I'm illustrating, and she's also speaking to, is the countries that have these lower costs for healthcare have these lower costs for healthcare because America foots the bill, because most of the innovation and the research and stuff comes from American manufacturers or American developers. Now, that's not to say
So
that
you're going to
Toshiba.
guarantee that?
No, I'm not going to guarantee that. I'm saying that as a generalization. I'm not going to pull out the
Especially
pie
from the two
chart on
examples I
everything.
gave.
Hospitals also get kickbacks from the government outside of Medicare and Medicaid because
Yeah.
they're providing a service.
Yeah, so critical access hospitals, which is the definition of a rural hospital, it's where you don't have the tax base to support it. They get kickbacks just for existing from the federal government, and most of that, unfortunately, does not go to treating the patients. It goes to paying the healthcare workers, which I'm all for more pay. However, it does take away from the ability to buy the equipment that they need all the time. So for the first example that I can point to is the rural hospital that I transported patients to does not have dialysis. They're the only facility, and this isn't because of the cuts to Medicaid. This has been with all of the funding that you're talking about, still did not get a dialysis machine. Not because the evil Republicans, but because they cannot afford to do it, because they're primarily treating Medicaid and Medicare patients that do not pay at a rate in which they're using the services. So scans or machines only have like a certain lifespan on them. You can only get so many scans out of them before you need to do very, very expensive overhaul and maintenance to them, per the manufacturer's recommendations and all that fun stuff. And you have to maintain that. So the issue is not, we're just leaving Medicaid and Medicare patients out to dry. The issue is that there are too many people that are not contributing to the system and are taking from the system. That's how you create a loss.
Medicare are still going to get it.
And the people that need these services are still getting these services. And I'm not arguing that they shouldn't get these services. I'm saying that the hospital, as a business, because that's what they are, most of them are businesses, they should run their business in the best interest of their of their profits and of their patients. And to sit here and say, because you do realize the biggest hospital chains in the country are actually nonprofits. They do not turn profits.
Mm-hmm. St. Jude, yeah, absolutely.
No. That's the biggest hospital in the country. The biggest
It's
hospital
also
systems, Multicare, Franciscan.
Oh, you're talking about the systems. Okay,
Yeah,
I thought
Novant
you meant like
Health,
the
the
biggest
biggest in
hospitals.
they're all nonprofits. They do not turn a profit on paper.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
why they
Absolutely.
don't turn a
But
profit?
again,
Because
they
they
would
take the
probably
losses.
benefit more by having those lower costs so that they could treat more patients. Am I
Absolutely.
wrong?
No, so you're not wrong. What you're wrong about is saying that the way to get there is to regulate the people that make the things. I say the way to get there is to cut their budgets so that they can't pay exorbitant prices. They're going to
Also,
get what they need.
I just looked it up. U.S. does not subsidize any socialized healthcare
No,
around
they do not
the world.
subsidize it. No, no, it's not a direct subsidy. No, we're not cutting checks to
It's not
Australia.
even through the UN.
It's not. I'm not talking about a government agency. That's what I'm saying. You have to get away from that mentality of the government can fix
What I'm
everything.
telling you is we do have socialized healthcare around the world that is not subsidized by the U.S. or whatever you may think it
The
is.
way it's subsidized, and maybe I'm using the wrong word because it's triggering you. The way it's subsidized is an IV catheter that costs 10 cents in this universal healthcare system. It also costs $1.90 in America, where the actual cost of it's $1. The extra 90 cents of profit that they make is because that country has said, no, you can't charge our patients more than 90 cents. So what do? They take it out of the American system.
Okay, no.
They're selling to both countries.
No. Because what happens in those systems, those socialized healthcare systems, they negotiate the real price, and we as Americans have to foot the bill because the companies want to turn a fucking profit, right? And they don't
That's what
have to.
companies do. No,
They don't have to
absolutely they
turn
have to.
excessive profits like they do. And this is my point. This has been my point the whole time. All they have to do is negotiate lower prices so they don't have to sit there and turn billions upon billions upon
Yep.
billions of dollars in
So
profit.
why
That's
are they
all
in
they have to
business?
do.
Why are they in business?
To help people,
No, they're not in
supposedly.
business to help people. Nobody starts a business so that they can lose money. That's called charity.
Oh my fucking God.
I know it.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to curse, but like you absolutely break my brain with that one. A
So you don't think businesses
company
are in business?
can
What the
a
word
business
business
can be
literally means?
profitable, but being excessively so, which is what I'm talking about in this case, right? They can be
Mhm.
less profitable. This is what I'm saying, less profitable. I didn't say they have to give away all of their money or whatever. I didn't say that, Monty. I said they
No,
need to
but
be
these
less profitable.
the socialized countries that say we're only going to pay the actual cost, not the cost
Mm-hmm.
plus profit, that's what
Yeah.
they are doing.
Yeah, I 100% agree that like, oh, maybe what happens is the US starts now paying 20 cents and everybody else pays 20 cents. That's fine. That would cover the cost
But the
and
cost is
gain.
$1.
The cost isn't $1 if they're buying it for 10 cents.
No, they're not okay. They're the countries that have socialized medicine are buying it, getting it for 10 cents because if they want to do business in that country, they have to sell it at that price. And that company knows that if they just sell it in America where hospitals get billions and billions of dollars no matter what to offset the cost of it, they can just charge it in that and eat up that budget because the government's paying for it. So why do
I
we
won't
care?
take up too much of Seth's time right now, but I would like for you, Monty, if you will, just find me a piece of medical equipment, right, that is sold in a
Mhm.
socialized healthcare system, right,
Oh
for
yes.
below price, for below cost, right, that is then paid for in excess by Americans. If you could do that for me, that would be great. I would appreciate it.
Shoot, just
Okay.
link it in the private chat and I'll be able to put it on screen.
I can. That's IV fluid. There,
That
you
was
pay
easy.
400. You pay IV fluid on a basis across the country.
How much does it cost to make?
Yeah. So just a flush, a 10 mil syringe. So plastic, water, and salt and chloride because it's a sodium chloride flush. 10 mils of that is $65 in the U.S. Now
Yeah.
go tell me what it costs in 5 other countries.
How much does it
And
cost to make is my question, Monty.
to make probably a couple dollars.
Okay. And then how much is it sold for in those countries? If it's a couple of dollars, if it's the same amount that it's paid for, then my argument still works. We can just have it charged for like 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents over what its actual cost for both
So
those countries and the US, and we don't have to pay $65.
So why would a business go into business making flushes if they're only going to make 1% on the flushes? Why don't they just go make door handles for cars then?
How about we also regulate that so they don't turn an excessive profit?
What? So you just want to cut everybody's profit so there's no incentive to do business.
It's not there's still incentive to do business. People
Yeah,
will
it's the
do
monetary
business no matter
gain. That's
what.
the incentive. That's the incentive.
Assuming that profit is the only motivation for going into a business is absolutely insane, right? There are people who go into business because they so my buddy, he just started a fishing shop. It's not to turn a profit. Sure, he wants to turn a profit, don't get him wrong, but it's because he loves fishing, right?
How long is he
That's
going to be
his,
in
that's
business
his
if he doesn't turn a
passion.
profit? How long is he going to be in business if he doesn't turn a profit?
I'm not talking about not turning a profit. Again, you're trying to mix up my fucking word. I'm telling you that they are still going to turn a profit, just like he will want to turn a profit. I'm just telling you that they're turning excess profits off of our backs by charging other people the same rate that it actually costs. They can charge them and a little bit more and charge us the same amount they charge them. Right? That's great. I love that. That is an amazing policy. Do that. Don't just talk about it. Actually do it.
I mean, it doesn't work like you think it does, but I'll concede just for the sake of the show because we've been on this for a while.
Man, all right. And that was actually a pretty good debate. I definitely like the back and forth. All right, guys, let's get right back to the video. That was definitely an interesting debate right there. Oh, and appreciate Monty's wife for the information right there, because I didn't really honestly know that it was that serious. But all right, let's go.
It's not that it's this crippling thing that's going to put everybody out of business, because in the end, Parabolic's right. They could just make a 0.5% profit on everything they do, and they will still be making a profit. But that does not turn into stock values, which a lot of people have their retirements based off of this. A lot of people have like things
Public
vested
companies should be abolished.
How do you invest? How do you invest money then?
You don't. You buy product.
Well,
so what happens
all right.
Okay, no. Now we're on a different topic. Now we're talking about public companies. So what happens when there's no retirement for anybody? Are we just supposed to work until we die? Because all we're doing is just keeping up with what happens today.
That's an interesting question. But I don't believe that it works the way you think it does. And I'm gonna be real with you. Part of that question I didn't hear because I was trying to remember my password. So just give me a minute.
I was saying, because you said let's get rid of public companies, and public companies are actually the backbone of most every country's retirement systems. A company that's actually
and I don't think they should be.
I disagree. I think that's the best form of profit sharing that you can have. If you buy a company in its infancy for $1 a share, and then 65 years later, when you go to retire, you can benefit off of the profit that company has made, i.e., all of the money you've put into that company, just through spending, buying that product or whatever. And later on in life, they give that back to you when you sell off the stock to somebody else. That is a good thing. The economy going up is what makes it so that you can live later on less work. On a fundamental scale, not like that. Obviously, there's Ponzi schemes out there, and there's people that try to steal your money. But for the grand total of everything, you invest now when you're young, in things, i.e., just a retirement. Just let's say you're not actively managing a fund, but you're just passively managing a fund that's buying up X, Y, and Z, and a majority of, I think it's like 30% of it's in healthcare. So you're getting in for $1 and you're getting out for $65 on the dollar, because that's usually you get like 10 to 14% per year in gains, and that adds up over 60 or 40 to 60 years. So that is in essence you taking the money back from the rich guy, because in order for him to get that stock back, if he wants to get the stock back, he has to pay 65 times what he sold it to you for.
Yeah, I know how stock works. I have shares in a couple of different companies. It's not like I like it. I do not like it. Let's just be clear about that. But
Why
that's what
not?
I'm trying to say. Because it's not a good way to be. Having to rely on this like public company that the investors' only interest is profit, whenever like the company was maybe a pharmaceutical company with a cancer research drug, and they now the heads are like, oh no, we can't do that. If we do that, then we're never going to get any money off of the cancer treatment. And I'm not saying that that happens. I'm just saying that it could. And that's the type of stuff that I am not about. So like if a company is like a single person, take for instance Sam Walton. Whenever he at the end of his life he disavowed Walmart. The reason he disavowed Walmart was because it had gone public and it was too far gone from the company that he had originally made. Colonel Sanders, same thing happened. Well, his was more about the recipe, but still.
He sold out to Pepsi.
And he hated what they did to his company, and he disavowed them.
So again, you buy a stock of Yum Brands at $5 and it turns to I don't know what Yum's at right now, but like that is the best way in which you can get your equity out of the world, in my opinion. Other than just shutting everything down, and the government that's so good at running things, runs this. That's the best way to do it. And if you want that, then fundamentally you want bigger government that controls every aspect of your life, because you can't have it just a little bit over here and none over here, because in order to run it efficiently, you have to have complete control of the system. And
I think a lot of these boards need to go back to being accountants and just let us have some private companies.
I mean, I don't disagree with you, because I hate what they're doing with just culture in general. Like, the people, when you have shareholders, it's kind of a double-edged sword for the company itself. When you have shareholders, now you don't get to run your company the way you wanted to run your company. Now you have to do it on what they say. So I agree with that
And what they
logic.
say is profit.
Yeah. I mean, that is what business is for. It's not for anything other than
No, that's
profit.
what
It's just
public companies are for, is for
and
profit.
private
Let's be
and
clear.
private companies that's all they're
Again, not
for, is
necessarily.
profit.
Yes, they do want to make a profit, but that's not necessarily their goal. A public company's only goal is to make money.
I disagree. I think every company that is, if you don't make money, you're not going to have a company. So if making money
You
is
can
not your
turn a
number,
profit and not be excessive. Why do we keep going back to this, Monty?
you can't. So you have to turn a profit. That's my point. You have to be worried
Yes,
about profits.
yes, you can, but your only incentive should not be the profit.
Man, I wish that was true.
I wish it was true. I wish we lived in a world in which we just had unlimited resources and we
We
couldn't do
can.
it.
We just band together and let everyone know that that's what we want, right? We can do that.
But so that okay, there you go. Now you have just turned yourself into a conservative, because you said we, the people, should band together, not have the government come and tell us how we're going to run things.
We, the people, are the government, my guy.
Now, there's a big disparity in what we want and what the government wants, and you and I can both agree on that.
Yes, I again, because of public companies that have then gone to the U.S. government and said, here's some money, but that's not bribery because it's legal.
I mean, I don't like special interest either. I think special interest should be the special interest of the bird watching fund that
How
wants to make.
many special interest groups are funded by private companies? Private companies, not public.
I mean,
I could I couldn't tell you the makeup of any special interest group because I don't pay attention to special interest groups. I despise them.
I mean, you'd have to look real deep into a
I could
company's
tell you.
finances.
I could tell you, and I feel like you might actually believe me because the answer, unless there are just some like small donors that I don't know about, would be around zero. It's all publicly traded companies, my guy. That's the special interest.
I mean, I don't even think you're allowed to know about some of these private companies.
Yeah,
Beyond
yeah, their
Yes, you
documents
absolutely
aren't
can.
public. No, you can't, you don't know.
I can know the owner of a company. Yeah, you 100% can.
That's it. That's it. You know the owner, not any of the fucking people that have invested in the company.
No, if someone else is invested, that is called a public company. There's a difference.
No. Private companies can have angel investors as well.
Oh, you're talking about no, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. So I was talking about active ownership, but yes, you are completely correct. They can
But
have
they can also
a hands off.
and there can also be multi-level partnerships. Like if me and Brittany go into business together, we're both owners of the company. We just have a 50-50 stake. It breaks down even further than that. You can sell
And you
shares.
would know that those two people were the owners, would you not?
You can sell shares to a private business, and it's still not public.
Yeah, no. Well, hold on. I don't know that that's
And they
true.
are,
I'll have to
and
look
you would
that
be a
up.
partial ownership of it. Yes, you absolutely can.
I'll look that up, but I'm pretty sure the
That's
moment
what private.
you have shares, it is
No,
a
that's what the word
publicly traded
private
company.
equity means.
Basis of Shark Tank.
That's Shark Tank, for example. Yeah, that's private equity. It's a private company. They haven't taken it public, and they're not going to take it public, but they still need money to run the business because maybe they weren't concerned about profit. Now they're on the edge of bankruptcy.
No,
So
so
someone
we're
comes in.
talking about percentage shares.
Right. So you take
Percentage stake is not shares. Shares is stock.
Yes, it is.
Stock is a publicly traded thing.
No, you can have stock in a privately traded company. That's where the disconnect's coming in. You can absolutely have stocks or shares of a private company. Shares and stock. Stock is the public word for shares.
No. Shares is the amount of stock you have.
Right. So you have stock in the company. But like I have 68 shares of Realty Investment Group, O on the NASDAQ, and that is a public example of it. But if I get in good with, say another realty investment corporation, and I give them $3,500, I can have 65 shares of their company that are not publicly traded.
All right, guys. We just want to leave it at that. All right. We are going to another debate. Before y'all go into another one, let's just go ahead and get to the interview.
We're now adding manufacturing jobs and adding productivity in this economy thanks to the things that the president and the Republican Congress have done. So we're here to talk about it, here to talk about the benefits of the working families tax cuts, and obviously fire people up a little bit. And just, it's good. It's good to get out of Washington. I'm glad to be here.
Glad to have you in Middle America. You bring up Middletown, Ohio. It's a lot like La Crosse, Wisconsin. It's not
Very
unlike
similar.
my hometown of Sherman, Texas. All about 40 to 50,000 people.
Yep.
Manufacturing towns. And there's a lot of excitement today, but it hasn't always been that way, to your point. Whether or not it's been job loss, an opioid crisis, a cultural malaise, and a sense of loss of purpose, I believe, is deeply rooted in what's happened to Middle America. What do you think that's done to America?
Well, I think it was very bad for our country. And all these problems are very connected, right? You take a dad who's got a good middle-class manufacturing job, is able to support, a family, a couple of kids, and then that job disappears. Well, now the family is feeling financial stress that it wasn't 10 years ago, it wasn't 20 years ago. So sometimes families dissolve in the wake of that. That stress affects the kids. Some of those people turn to drugs, and all this stuff is very connected. And if you look at what the president is trying to do, it's also all connected. And I think that it's why it's leading to this very early days of an American Renaissance, because you bring jobs back, you give people hope, optimism, you give them a little extra money.
Oh, and shout out to my man Maine. He says SpaceX is private. All right.
money to spend in their pocket. Maybe some of those people go and start a business, but then simultaneously we're focused on the southern border because we don't want this poison to come into these communities and destroy people from fentanyl and other related problems. So I kind of think in the same way that America's decline was a problem of interconnected issues, I think this American Renaissance led by the president is also interconnected, and we're trying to work on all these different problems.
Oh yeah, that is true. SpaceX is a private company and is not publicly traded on the stock exchange.
Yes, and so I just went ahead and looked that up, by the way. So yeah, 100% you can have a share in the company, right? But that would be different than shares as far as publicly traded shares, right? What it means is that you have a percentage stake in the company, and even if you were to want to sell those that share, you would have to then talk to the owner to be able to even sell those shares, right? It is much different than shares that are publicly traded. Hold on, just right quick. But are publicly traded that anyone can buy into. And if you have enough money, you can throw all your money in there and now become a part owner and only focus on profit. However, to be able to buy into a private company, essentially, and I'm not saying you have to, but for the most part, you're going to have interests that align with said private company.
Yeah, practice. You got to participate through a secondary markets or investment platforms offering digital shares of these said private companies.
Right. So it does. Yeah, exactly. SpaceX is private. SpaceX can decide that we don't care about getting to Mars anymore. We just care about making money. And they're still a private company with private investors.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
the only
100%.
thing that being private changes is now you can't buy stock of SpaceX out on the public market.
Anyone can't buy stock, right? That's a very important part. That's part of my argument, right? Is that anyone can buy a public share, right, and become a board member, right, and then say, hey, I just want profit. However, to be able to buy in a private company, you have to be able to buy it directly from the owner, and the owner most likely is going to be like, hey, do you share our interests? Do you share our values? And if they don't think that you share their values, they can just not sell it to you. In a publicly traded company, which I do not like, you don't get that option as the owner.
Yeah, you got to be holding to the public shareholders.
You've already sold the company or the stock of the company to like the NASDAQ, who sells it to consumer investors, i.e. me and you.
Well, you don't sell it to the NASDAQ. What you do is you put up a certain amount that can be sold. But yeah,
Right.
I agree with you. And again, that's a bad way to be, because again, that just turns it into a for-profit only thing. And I hate that.
I mean, there's also people
SpaceX
like
can decide to go to Mars tomorrow, and not a single investor who is down for SpaceX most likely is going to say no, right? Because like they're all like, all right, yeah, we're SpaceX, we want to go to Mars, right? But if there was like even one, especially if they're like an acting like board member says, no, it's not profitable, right? Then that board member who just bought in, not even like doesn't even believe in the cause of SpaceX or whatever, they now get to decide what goes on with SpaceX, and I don't like that.
But that's the same. So by you saying let's get rid of publicly traded companies, you really should say let's get rid of ever raising any money for a company. Let's just do it all based off of what the owner can come up with.
What your product is, what your service is, people liking you, like that. Your likability is a big part about whether or not people come somewhere and buy something from you, right? There's a lot of factors that go into it, but yes, 100%, I am saying that.
Screw the mission of what some people want to do. Let's just leave it in the hands of people that have billions of dollars, and that they're the only people that can sustain companies like this that do amazing things. Because Joe Schmo that believes in a cause, i.e. me, for example, I believe in Tesla, so I own Tesla stock. And the fact that they make money is a plus to me, and it will help me later on in my retirement years. But I believe in that company, so therefore I buy into that company,
You're saying I shouldn't be able to buy into that company because
I am saying that it should be up to the owner whenever you can buy into a company.
so it is. It's up to the owner to take the company public and say everybody can buy in.
Yes, and I am telling you that that is a mistake in every single case that it happens.
I mean, every case that it happens, usually the cream of the crop is what rises to the top. So
all right, hold on.
No,
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Shout out to my man Vlad. He says, "Are you referring to BlackRock owning 50% of all public?"
Yeah, that now mass investing in fucking everything as a company should not be how you fucking work. I don't think that should be allowed at all.
All right. All right, guys. Now we're gonna
That's
go
the
ahead
type of
and move.
system that you're incentivizing by doing this, by going around the same thing, doing the same thing every single day. A change needs to happen.
You can have consumer investing and prevent fucking whales, i.e. BlackRock, from just going in and having fucking control over everything. Say, no, you can't buy these stocks. You're a mega corporation. There's no unless you're gonna buy the whole company all at once, you should not be able to do that.
Do the Rockefellers still have money?
Yeah,
I think so. I don't know.
pretty
They
sure.
do. They do.
Always...
Eddie's family
So stopping them from making money isn't going to work because we've already tried that, right?
No, we tried. Okay, I see where you're going with this. No, stopping. Don't let a company, i.e. BlackRock, that is literally only focused on. Now I see where you're going with this. Now I think we agree on this. Me, you, Brittany, S.E.T, people like that should be able to buy shares of something they believe in. BlackRock doesn't believe in shit. They believe, like you said, they believe in making money
and influencing companies.
To make money. They don't care that, oh, I like this stock because I like electric vehicles. No, I want to buy fucking 10% of every car company because I can't lose if I do that.
Damn, good point. All right, guys. All right, we're gonna go right into conspiracy hour right now. So, hey, let's go ahead and sit back, relax, and enjoy the video. And shout out to the supporters. This is gonna be a good one, guys. Get ready for an asteroid story. All right, guys.
The story begins on June 19th, 2004. Two astronomers at Kitt Peak Observatory found a faint dot moving against the stars. They logged it as 2004 MN4 and went back to work. Within weeks, observatories around the world were tracking it. The more data they collected, the more concerned they became. This asteroid's path looked like it might intersect with Earth's. The picture got clearer and scarier. The asteroid was big, 1,480 feet long, larger than the Empire State Building. In December, scientists made a shocking announcement. 2004 MN4 had a 2.7% chance of hitting Earth on April 13th, 2029, a 1 in 37 chance of impact. 67 million tons of rock and metal were roaring toward us at 19 miles per second. The asteroid was officially named Apophis, the Egyptian serpent god of darkness and destruction.
Damn.
It was rated a 4 on the Torino scale.
Yeah, Torino scale. Did Clint Eastwood invent that?
No, the Torino scale measures the hazard of an impact.
That makes more sense.
A 0 on the Torino scale means no threat. A 10 means no planet. Even a 4 is a concern. Apophis was the first object in history to reach that level. This was bad. The media went wild. Headlines screamed about the god of chaos. Cable news ran countdown clocks.
Were their countdown clocks more accurate than their election predictions?
No. But scientists worked around the clock. In 2005, they announced Apophis would miss the Earth. But they found a new problem. A region in space about half a mile wide. If Apophis passes through it, the chance of impact on the next pass isn't 2.7%, it's 100%.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
propulsion laboratory at 3 a.m. looks abandoned. Most buildings are dark. But in the Center for Near-Earth Object Studies, Marcia Singh stares at her monitor. She's running the Yarkovsky drift calculations for the third time. Solar radiation pressure on rotating asteroids causes tiny changes in orbit, tiny changes that add up over decades.
This can't be right.
The numbers came back wrong, again. Apophis isn't following its predicted path. The deviation is small, 0.003 degrees, but that's enough. The asteroid will thread Earth's gravitational keyhole, a 1,200-foot region of space that will bend Apophis's trajectory, bend it directly into Earth. Outside, Los Angeles sleeps. 14 million people who don't know they have 90 days left. The impact models show Catalina Island as ground zero.
Billy, check the path of 2004 MN4. Are you seeing this?
Hang on. Oh my God.
What are you gonna do?
I have to call the president. Marcia, go home. Be with your family.
We now go to the White House, where the president is about to make an emergency announcement.
My fellow Americans, I speak to you now with a heavy heart.
CBS News can now confirm that asteroid Apophis will hit Earth on April 13th.
This is a Fox News alert. NASA says the asteroid Apophis will impact Earth on April 13th.
Global preparations are underway.
Apophis will hit near California on April 13th.
Coastal regions are urged to prepare for immediate evacuation. The Department of Homeland Security has activated emergency protocols.
We've now entered the final phase. Apophis will strike Earth on April 13th. Prepare accordingly.
I don't remember any of this.
On Friday, April 13th, 2029, humanity will witness something beautiful and dangerous.
Oh, sounds like my second wife.
If you're going to interrupt me right at the top, can you at least make the joke a little less hacky?
You're a straight man. Leave the comedy to the professional, huh?
Apophis will pass just 19,300 miles from Earth's surface. That's closer than our communication satellites. For millions of people in the Eastern Hemisphere, it will appear at sunset, a bright point of light as bright as any star. But this star will be moving fast, so fast you'll see it cross the sky in real time. From the ground, the event will be a spectacle. But for Apophis, the flyby will be violent. As it passes, Earth's gravity will grab it, squeeze it, and twist it. These tidal forces could trigger landslides and quakes on the asteroid's surface, changing its path. This brings us to the keyhole. A gravitational keyhole is a small region of space. For Apophis, it's only about 2,000 feet wide. If the asteroid passes through it in 2029, Earth's gravity becomes a slingshot. It'll pull the asteroid back to where it started for a guaranteed impact on April 13th, 2036, Easter Sunday. Current calculations based on years of radar data from Goldstone and Arecibo show Apophis will miss the keyhole, barely, unless something changes. And that's what makes Apophis so dangerous. It's not solid rock. It's a collection of boulders and dust held together by gravity. And it's not a sphere. It's shaped like a skyscraper, so it has no primary axis. It doesn't rotate, it tumbles. And this chaotic motion makes subtle forces almost impossible to predict. The most important thing is the Yarkovsky effect. The sun heats one side of the asteroid. As it tumbles, that heat radiates back into space, and this creates thrust.
Hold on. Not everybody is Mike deGrasse Tyson.
That's not
How does that make thrust?
well, the heat causes gas to vent, which creates the thrust.
Ah, now I get it. I can also create thrust by venting gas. Pardon me.
Classy. This is just a tiny push, about the weight of an apple. A tiny push is hardly noticeable. But over millions of miles, it can change in orbit. NASA's own measurements show it's already drifting because of this effect, about 650 feet closer to us every year. Right now, Apophis is impossible to see. It's lost in the glare of the sun. It won't be visible again until 2027. And during this blind spot, a small nudge from another rock could alter its path completely. And we would have just 2 years to recalculate everything. And 2 years to prepare for a city killer might be enough. But sometimes we only get hours. Sometimes city killers aren't found until they fly by. In fact, this happened last year. The president hasn't been seen in 5 days. His last public appearance was the announcement.
We have 90 days to solve this problem. America's best minds are working on it.
Then he vanished. Official word, secured at an undisclosed location. Everyone knew that meant Cheyenne Mountain. Anyone who had the means to escape didn't waste any time.
Once the risk hit X, they were gone. Politicians, celebrities, people you've watched your whole life evacuated while the highways jammed.
What we saw was an orderly panic among the ultra-wealthy. Beverly Hills emptied almost overnight.
It was Beverly Hills first, no surprise there. Gulfstreams and Learjets lined up like limos, taking off every 90 seconds.
The 405 is a graveyard of abandoned vehicles. Families walked for days into the Mojave.
The poor headed to tent cities in Nevada. Desert camps with no water, no power, no plan. Just distance from the coast.
Fuel ran out, roads clogged. Now, tent cities rise like new towns, only no one planned them.
3 million people have fled Los Angeles in just 14 days.
3 million people gone in 2 weeks. Gas hit $47 a gallon, then the stations just closed. The tanker drivers stopped showing up. Why deliver fuel for worthless paper?
Markets remain volatile as the Apophis timeline advances. Commodities like iodine tablets, fuel, and food stocks have surged in value.
The new currency is water, ammunition, and insulin. A vial of insulin costs 3 gallons of water, if you can find it. We all got to watch Apophis grow larger in the sky. A red star visible during daylight, getting bigger every day. Suicide hotlines stopped answering. Too many calls, not enough volunteers. The volunteers had their own lives to worry about.
Apophis, prepare for the light.
Religious movements started sprouting up.
As the world edges closer to impact, religious fervor has surged.
The Church of the Final Days and the Apophis witnesses have emerged, offering hope and salvation for those who believe.
Apophis, guide us to the light.
When official authorities dissolved, the local population took control.
The Los Angeles Police Department dissolved last week. Over half the force simply didn't show up. The chain of command collapsed overnight.
The 405 belongs to the Crips now. Their blue flags fly over improvised roadblocks. They're not attacking rival crews. They're screening vehicles and controlling movement. Crips and Sureños are distributing food, rationing medicine, even setting curfews.
Ma'am, it's not safe to be out. If you need anything, check with me.
What used to be gang turf in Los Angeles has now hardened into checkpoint states. Neighborhoods that once feared violence are now relying on it for structure.
Call them gangs, call them militias, but right now, they're the only thing resembling law and order in the city of Los Angeles.
Society didn't collapse. It reorganized itself. The powerful fled, the poor waited, and Apophis kept coming. While some astronomers celebrated, another rock caused global panic. In late 2024, asteroid 2024 YR4 became the most dangerous object in modern history, a building-sized rock. Its impact probability kept climbing, 1.5%, then 2.8%, then over 3%. That threat prompted China to establish its first ever planetary defense unit. They're recruiting astrophysicists under age 35. Their 2030 mission will try to deflect asteroid 2015 XF261 using a dual spacecraft approach, one to impact, another to evaluate the results. International cooperation is growing because the truth is we have no idea what's coming. NASA estimates there are 25,000 city killers crossing our orbit, and they've only found half. 13,500 are still out there somewhere completely hidden.
Somewhere completely hidden, huh? You mean like the moon landing tapes?
This detection gap creates nightmare scenarios. In 2019, asteroid 2019 OK was found. It's 400 feet wide. It was spotted less than 24 hours its closest approach. It missed Earth by only 40,000 miles. A direct hit would have released 30 megatons of energy. That's 300 times the size of the Hiroshima bomb, all with less than a day's warning. The problem is the sun. Our telescopes have to look away from the sun. Objects approaching from that direction remain invisible until they hit us. Like in 2013, the meteor that hit Chelyabinsk. NASA's NEO Surveyor telescope is set to launch in 2027. It will finally close this blind spot. It'll use infrared and should find 90% of the remaining city killers within 10 to 20 years. But until then, we're defenseless against an attack from the direction of the sun. To understand how devastating that kind of surprise can be, you don't even have to look up. You can look down. Because buried in a layer of sediment around the world is evidence of an impact that reset civilization. The last Chinook lifted off from UCLA Medical Center at 6 a.m. Doctors stood on the helipad watching it disappear. They had patients on ventilators, premature babies in incubators. They were not leaving.
LAX has gone silent. No departures, no arrivals, just grounded planes and flickering monitors. The terminals are empty now.
The last jet out of LAX lifted off at 2:17 p.m. United to Denver. It was half full. Those who could afford to leave already had.
Those who remained made their choice. The elderly couple in Brentwood who'd lived there 50 years. They sat on their porch holding hands. They weren't leaving either.
For those still in Los Angeles, officials have confirmed that all remaining power will be shut off today at exactly noon.
The blackout is deliberate to reduce fire risk after the strike.
Please take this time to shelter and remain off the streets.
The power grid shut down at noon. Controlled shutdown to prevent fires after impact. The emergency alert system broadcasts its final message.
Seek shelter. Stay away from windows. God bless America.
Then static. Maggie Powers, an ICU nurse, writes her patients' names on their foreheads with a Sharpie. She figures when the building collapses, someone should know who they are. She has 14 patients on ventilators. The backup generators have 30 hours of fuel. That means her patients only have 30 hours of life. Animals flee inland. Coyotes run through downtown. Birds fly east in massive flocks. Dogs howl constantly. Every animal except humans understands what the receding ocean means.
Scientists warn this is not a tide, it's a gravitational response. Something massive is pulling on the ocean.
The Pacific has pulled back over 20 feet since yesterday, like it's holding its breath. Entire reefs are exposed.
Seismographs are now detecting microquakes, gravitational pulses every 90 seconds. They're weak, but rhythmic.
Every 90 seconds, the Earth flinches. Experts say it's the gravity of what's coming, literally, and the ocean is trying to warn us.
The last text messages go out before the cell towers shut down. I love you is sent 800.
Oh, and shout out to Hellbat. He says Set is 5-2 and Monty is 3-1. I'm like, man. well.
47,000 times.
I know 3-1 is crazy. I'm like, come on now.
Times in Los Angeles County. Most messages are never delivered. Apophis filled 3 degrees of sky. You could see it tumbling, end over end, a mountain in space. The last thing 50 million people would ever see.
shit.
12,800 years ago, Earth was emerging from the last ice age. Temperatures were warming. Massive ice sheets were melting. Then suddenly, everything reversed. A comet about 62 miles wide broke apart and bombarded the planet. The evidence is found in a thin layer of rock found across 4 continents, the Younger Dryas boundary layer, also referred to as the black mat. The black mat contains evidence called impact proxies, iridium, shocked quartz, nanodiamonds, microscopic spherules of melted rock. At over 40 sites, the concentrations of impact proxies are millions of times above normal levels. All date back to exactly 12,800 years ago. A series of objects hit the North American ice sheet, causing mass flooding. Continents sank beneath the sea. The impacts triggered global wildfires. Then came the freeze.
Ooh, a song of ice and fire.
Yes, the freeze lasted 1,200 years.
That's how long it's gonna take George Martin to finish the books.
The devastation was total. Mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, American horses, all gone. 75% of North American megafauna went extinct. 2/3 of the human population disappeared. The first widespread human culture in North America vanished from the archaeological record.
Oh, and shout out to Hellbat. He says, I heard leprechauns are rich and knowledgeable. Well, all right, shout out to Hellbat.
This wasn't climate change. This wasn't overhunting. This was a civilization reset. And comets are different from asteroids and far more dangerous. Asteroids follow predictable paths. Comets arrive from the outer solar system. They have long elliptical orbits, so they can show up with little warning, and sometimes as little as 6 months. As I write this, Comet 3I Atlas is headed our way. It was spotted a few weeks ago. It'll make its closest approach to Earth in December. That's fast. So fast, there's not a thing we can do but watch and wait. Asteroids hit Earth at 19 miles per second. Comets come in at 45. A comet delivers more than 9 times the destructive power than an asteroid of the same size. The most dangerous comet we know is Swift-Tuttle, 16 miles wide. A land impact would release energy 27 times greater than the Chicxulub dinosaur killer. One astronomer called it the single most dangerous object known to humanity. Now, despite what mainstream scientists say, asteroids hit Earth all the time. But what about comets? How often do they hit us? Every 100 million years? Every 10 million years? 1 million years? Nope. Comets of all sizes hit the Earth on average every 3 days. The flash came first. The sky turns white, not bright, white. Everything within 100 miles ignites simultaneously. The thermal pulse travels at light speed. By the time your brain understood the flash, your body was already vapor. That's mercy, instantaneous conversion from matter to energy. The blast wave expanded at Mach 2, a wall of superheated air traveling 800 miles per hour. It flattened everything from San Diego to Bakersfield.
The fireball climbed 60 miles into the atmosphere, so high it pierced the mesosphere. It was visible from space.
From Phoenix to Vegas, people saw it light up the sky. It didn't look like fire. It looked like a second sun. Then the horizon vanished.
Is that Los Angeles?
It was Los Angeles.
The temperature of the plume exceeded 10,000 degrees Celsius. What erupted wasn't smoke, it was Earth itself turned to gas. 7 states were hit by ejecta. It wasn't just ash, it was fragments of Earth's crust, fused and glowing. Some of it traveled faster than sound.
Chunks of vaporized ocean rose miles into the sky, then hardened midair before slamming down across the southwest. Reports of burning fragments came in from as far as Colorado. It rained fire.
The earthquake was a 10.5 on the Richter scale. The ground rippled like water. Then silence. People were too frightened to notice the Pacific Ocean was moving.
Bruh.
Every year, our planet flies through invisible minefields left by disintegrating comets. We call them meteor showers. We give them pretty names: the Perseids, the Leonids, the Geminids. But these aren't harmless light shows. We're flying through the shattered remains of giant comets at 67 miles per hour, and some of those fragments are massive. Remember Swift-Tuttle, the most dangerous object known to humanity? The Perseid meteor shower is caused by the Earth flying through trillions of pieces of debris from Swift-Tuttle. Trillions. And we're not just crossing one minefield, we're crossing a dozen. The Leonids can produce storms of hundreds of thousands of meteors per hour. The Lyrids come from a comet 2.5 miles wide. There are 12 or 13 meteor storms every year, sometimes more.
It takes the Earth several days to pass through the Taurid meteor stream. It's so big. The Taurid meteor stream is full of filaments of debris. Some of those filaments are very small debris. Some of them are much larger debris and much more dangerous. We pass through it twice a year. I've likened it in the past to strapping on a blindfold and crossing an 8-lane highway and just hoping that you don't get hit by a truck.
The meteor shower that's most relevant to us is the Taurids. The debris field is almost 20 million miles wide. We cross it every year. It has trillions of objects that range from the size of grains of sand to the size of cities. How many big objects? Nobody knows. It could be 10, it could be 100. The government doesn't like to talk about it.
The government knew that they couldn't do anything about it, and they were starting to get worried calls from their constituents that, what can we do about these things? You got to do something about it. You got to stop it, and they couldn't. So what they decided to do was to just pretend that it wasn't real. They had the public fears about the impacts. They decided to just deny, just say, don't worry, there's no problem. We've got it under control, when they didn't.
The Tunguska event in 1908 happened during the peak of the Taurids. A fragment just 200 feet wide exploded over Siberia, flattening 80 million trees. If that happened over New York, Paris, or London, those cities would be gone. But we don't really need to be hit by a giant object to cause planetary chaos. We don't have to be hit at all. Every year, about 50 objects pass closer to the Earth than our satellites. Losing our satellites would cripple the global economy. Phone service, the internet, the banking system, all gone. And that's terrifying. But in 2022, for the first time in history, humanity fought back. The Pacific Ocean recoils from the impact. 8 minutes ago, Apophis punched a 12-mile hole in the sea floor. The water rushed in, hit molten rock, exploded into steam. Now it's coming back.
What was once shoreline is now seabed. Fish carcasses rot beneath a baking sun.
Downtown has 4 minutes left.
A tsunami of unimaginable scale, 150 meters high, is sweeping through Los Angeles. Entire districts have been erased in seconds.
The whole ocean is coming.
Imagine a skyscraper made of water moving at 450 miles per hour. That's what hit Los Angeles this afternoon. Entire neighborhoods are gone. We are witnessing the unthinkable. A wall of water over 500 feet high has torn through Los Angeles, moving faster than a commercial jetliner.
The wall of water doesn't break. it maintains its height.
What hit LA was no wave. It was a moving cliff of ocean, 150 meters high, traveling faster than fire.
I have to get to the roof.
It tears through the city at 200 miles per hour, dragging cars, homes, and people with it.
Mom?
Initial estimates suggest tens of millions are gone. Entire cities, entire families simply vanished. We don't have exact figures yet, but we know what's missing. The silence from Los Angeles, that silence speaks for millions.
But more than California is affected.
This is not just California. This is not just the United States. This event is global.
Catalina Island is gone. Not underwater, gone, erased. The impact event struck with such force, it ceased to exist. The Pacific Shelf fractured. We are no longer talking about local devastation. This is global.
There was no debris, no island, just a column of plasma where land used to be. Catalina didn't sink into the ocean. It was atomized. This is going to affect all of us. This impact event is global.
The dust and debris in the atmosphere blocked out the sun. Photosynthesis stopped.
Well, that's tough.
The Earth's temperature dropped by almost 10 degrees. A new ice age was triggered, and humanity went underground. Right now, we're working on technology to spot asteroids and comets early enough to give us time to prepare. So what if we spot one coming? What can we do?
I can stay awake just to hear you breathing.
Please don't.
Watch you smile while you are sleeping. While you're far away, I'm dreaming.
Okay, that's...
I can spend my life in this sweet surrender.
That's enough.
Fine. You might be blind to asteroids, but you should have seen an Armageddon joke coming.
On September 26, 2022, NASA's DART spacecraft slammed into the asteroid Dimorphos at 14,000 miles per hour. The concept was simple, but revolutionary. Take a 1,200-pound spacecraft, crash it into a 500-foot wide asteroid, see if we can change its orbit. The results exceeded expectations. DART changed the asteroid's orbital period 25 times more than required. It proved we can move space rocks. But the mission also revealed a problem: the rubble pile dilemma. DART was far more effective than predicted because the asteroid wasn't a solid rock. It was a loose pile of rubble. The impact created a massive plume of debris that acted like a rocket engine, supercharging the push. This means our best defense is also messy, chaotic, and difficult to predict.
Yeah, like Spirit Airlines.
That was a cheap shot.
Spirit Airlines is on time about as often as my alimony checks.
Anyway, to move an asteroid requires years of warning. For a surprise city killer, our only short notice option is a nuclear device. The Outer Space Treaty of 1967 prohibits placing nuclear weapons in space. Now, in an emergency, the world would probably waive this restriction, but it's never been tested. We have the technology, the talent, and the money to create the tools we need to defend the planet. The one thing we can't manufacture is time, and time is not on our side. The first days underground were chaotic. 2 million people crammed into the Moscow metro, 500,000 in the London Underground. Every subway system on Earth became humanity's last refuge. People fought for platform space, killed for corners to sleep. The strong took the train cars, the weak got the tunnels. The filth was unbearable. No working toilets for millions. Disease spread fast. Cholera, dysentery, bodies piled up in maintenance tunnels. The smell made people vomit. which just spread more disease. Then organization emerged. Not democracy, survival.
We're gonna need everyone to pitch in. It's the only way we survive down here.
Former military officers established order.
I think we can convert most of these tunnels to living quarters. Top priority is getting power back online.
Engineers got generators running.
What's the volts on this? 12?
15?
That's right. Nice.
Doctors created triage stations. The dead were processed into fertilizer. Nothing could be wasted. We lived off mushrooms until LED lights were brought in from abandoned cannabis farms. Thousands of hydroponic gardens came online. Subway tracks were ripped up, replaced with growing beds. The Circle Line became London's farm. Still, we mostly ate mushrooms. But within 6 months, the tunnels transformed. Art appeared on walls.
You better not write any dirty poems over there.
No promises.
Children's classrooms and old ticket booths. An economy emerged. Calories for labor, labor for medicine, medicine for hope.
Take 3 drops with a meal and you'll feel a lot better.
Thanks so much, Doc.
Moscow's metro became a city. Same with Paris, New York, Tokyo. Organized, efficient, alive. Babies were born underground. They'd adapted perfectly. They'd never known the sun, so they didn't miss it. Ham radio networks connected the colonies.
Tulsa Town, this is Dallas. How copy? Tulsa Town here. Solid copy, Dallas. Detroit, do you read? Any chance you have a spare diesel?
We might be frozen, Toronto, but we're still Motown. We got you.
Appreciate it, Motown.
Baltimore's got your back. You can count on us.
Hang in there, Milwaukee. We've got water filters to spare. Chicago saves our bacon again. Thanks again, Windy City. Thank you, Boston. We owe you one.
Go Red Sox!
Don't push it, Boston. Break 1-9. Breaker 1-9. Minneapolis here. Anybody reading this?
Winnipeg here. You are 5x5, Minneapolis. Loud and clear.
It is so good to hear your voice, Winnipeg. How are you doing up there?
Cold.
Copy that.
The surface was still too cold and dark to survive. The air was still toxic. But small trading parties would go from colony to colony moving goods. In just a few years, trade routes were established. Every colony soon had access to all the others. The martial law that first organized the colonies naturally fell back to elected leadership and cooperation. This was more than survival. This was civilization. The story began with a single asteroid, Apophis. That threat led us to a hidden history of cosmic impacts and the terrifying realization that thousands of other city killers are still out there. So let's separate fact from fiction. Fact: Apophis is no longer a threat. The initial 2.7% impact probability was real, but current data says it will miss us and the gravitational keyhole in 2029. Probably. Fact, we can move asteroids. NASA's DART mission proved it.
Thank God for that. And shout out to my man Daniel Welch. He had too much to say. He just wanted to show some support, man. Hey, and I hope you're being safe out there, my man.
The kinetic impactor worked, but because asteroids aren't solid, there's no way to predict the outcome. Fact, a major impact happened in human history. The evidence for the Younger Dryas impact 12,800 years ago is overwhelming. Platinum spikes, nanodiamonds, and the black mat point to a fragmented comet that reset civilization. It's not a question of will it happen again, but when. And the big fiction, we're perfectly safe. We are not, but we can change that. For 4.5 billion years, life on this planet has been at the mercy of random cosmic violence. That's no longer true. We're the first species in Earth's history capable of seeing the threat coming and the first with the power to stop it. The question is no longer about ability, it's about will. Apophis was transformed into a symbol of fear. I think that's a good thing. These objects should inspire fear. One medium-sized asteroid releases more energy than all the nuclear weapons in the world. We need to pressure our leaders and the scientific community to take this seriously. Apophis will be here in a few years. It'll be hard to ignore a mountain zipping across the sky. I hope it becomes the wake-up call we desperately need. Because we have two choices: be motivated by the disaster that almost happened, or be ignorant of the disaster that definitely will. End of animals are gone, extinct. Elephants, rhinos, hippos, just about every large mammal too big or too slow to find cover is gone. Dawn won't miss the elephants, but a lot of us older folks will. Cities rose again, but different. Every building has a deep bunker. Impact shelters are mandatory. School children run drills every month. Asteroid warning, 90 seconds to shelter. They practice in the dark. They practice holding their breath. They practice saying goodbye.
I love you.
I'm not gonna make it. Stay safe.
I love you so much. I hope you're safe. Me and the boys are heading east. I hope you get this. I love you more than anything. Mom, please text me back. I'm so scared. I wish I could tell you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
The memorial at Catalina stretches around the entire crater, 12 miles of black granite, 4 billion names.
Where is Grandpa's name?
The International Apophis Detection Grid went online last year. 10,000 satellites. Armed ground stations are in every continent. If an object larger than a basketball gets within 1 million miles of us, we can see it. Our ground and space-based railguns can kill it. It took a third of the Earth's wealth to build the system. But with 4 billion dead, nobody complained about the cost. The grid is there to make sure that no matter what the universe throws at us, we'll never worry. The memorial is here to make sure that our children never forget. Happy Sky Day.
Well, that was quite the interesting story, huh?
Jesus Christ.
I know, right? I was like, man, the beginning real terrible, but it all worked out in the end.
Hey, when you kill 4 billion people, arguments like who's gonna get healthcare become kind of moot, huh?
Oh God, it's just like, yeah, bro. I think we're more worried about the next asteroid. Let's just be honest. It's like, and let's be real, when the world population done shrunk by more than half, I guess cost reduction.
That's exactly what happens. But I was watching this and I was like, wait a second, I don't remember any of this happening. And I was like, oh, they're talking about a fictional event.
Yeah, just using really good AI to do so.
Because it was Apophis was or not Apophis.
It is an actual asteroid, but it's like nowhere near us or that close to hitting us.
And it can't hit us. It's out of the realm of possibility for it to happen. That's not to say that, again, we're floating through space so fast, doing calculations on every rock in the around us that one of them will hit us eventually.
True. That's why every day is a miracle, my friend. Bro, I mean, think about it like that. Well, at least we can end this show on some positivity. We're gonna go ahead and end it on that note, guys. And shout out to my man Monty. So I'm gonna come back on like later on in the afternoon because I do owe you guys another show.
Oh, bother.
So, but all right, guys. All right. Oh yeah, I'll meet you in there, man. Well, all right, guys. I'm heading out on this one. Make sure you guys double tap the screen and like the video. Make sure you subscribe. All right, this is Set. I'm heading out. Appreciate the support, guys. Peace, guys. Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Vance'S AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Vance'S AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Vance'S AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Vance'S AI Set, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Vance'S AI, guys. Hey, this is Set and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.